Keeler Show today.
It's time to read the news and weather. Time to figure out what to say. It's time to turn the channel of the Keeler Show today. Why do we always listen?
Keeler's always in the know.
It makes me want to call him
And tell him where to go.
And now let's get things started. Andrew, let's get things started.
It's time to get things started.
On the most sensational, inspirational, celebrational, Keelerational. This is what we call the Keeler Show.
WIBX 950 and 106.9 FM. This is Keeler.
Well, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So it's a Thursday morning. I'm sorry I was not here yesterday. I started a new diet. It's called stomach virus.
Oh.
Really a lot of fun. What you eat, you can eat and lose everything very quickly.
It's a simple recipe, too. They say
It
just
is.
add water.
That's
Just
right.
add water.
Lordy. But it is what it is. Good morning, Christine Bellino. Good morning.
Good morning.
So
We're
that
happy
makes,
to have you back.
I think that makes like 4 trips that I've gone on, and 4 times I've come back sick.
You know, I had mistakenly said that, I was under the impression this is when you went to Mexico, maybe?
I don't know. This has been a last couple. It's like COVID. We got out of COVID. My wife decided we're traveling everywhere.
So there was some concern about the bacteria in the water. We had the discussion.
That was a definite. That was the gift that keeps giving from Mexico.
We were talking on the air, and I said, well, I remember when I used to go to Florida, and I would get sick in the spring, right? And I was under the impression that that there's bacteria in water everywhere, which I'm sure to some extent there is, but it's not necessarily going to make you sick. I remember talking about that on the air, and you're like, no. The issue with Mexico was there was a contaminant in the water, and that's why there was an illness. So, but I almost feel like with COVID, I don't know if it's COVID or the flu or what it is, but we now live in a world where if you travel to a community that is not yours and are, are subjected to some sick germs, for lack of a better term, that you're not used to, you're going to get sick. Like, it's pretty
Seems
quick.
that way. And it's funny because we haven't seen our daughter since August, so we went. That's why we went. And thank you, Davey. And and she got it first. So you can imagine we haven't seen her, so everybody's hugging. But I'm the only one. My wife didn't get it. So anyway, here we are. And if you've had it, you kind of know, and it's going around all over because I know people who've had it here. I know you were sick last week.
Mm-hmm.
I know somebody else who's had it and has the same symptoms. This nausea and then an upset stomach or a stomach ache that doesn't go away for a few days. So I just figured at this point I might as well come in. You've already had something. So if I can spread a little more here, I'll try to spread it around.
And that, hey, look, it's an exposure thing, and in the long run, you're probably helping my immune system. So, Christine, when we talked on the phone Friday, you had said to me, it seems like you can't really talk. The nausea I had, you know, when you think
you can't lift your head off the pillow. This is how you feel.
I wanted to call the emergency room for Manaski because I've never heard him not be able to talk.
You can't shut me up usually.
No.
You know,
never.
with the salivation.
Unless I say something that annoys you, that usually sends you to your computer screen.
Okay, back on point here.
All right, sorry.
The nausea that I had, I was salivating so bad I couldn't talk. I couldn't.
So you gave it to Bill before he left.
That's possible, and maybe I took it to my daughter, and she just got it before I got it. I don't know.
Bringing
She's
her
still
some
sick.
Utica germs.
She's had it since Sunday, and she's still sick today. So
Not good.
I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is. I have a lot to talk about, things that I observed. By the way, 1 in 50 people in England right now have COVID.
Wow.
That is their current number. 1 in 50 people in the country have COVID.
Oh my goodness!
So that was interesting.
If you figure,
but that's a 2% rate.
It is, but that's high. Don't you think
Right.
that's high?
Well, but
I
in
mean,
parts
it wasn't
of
high
Central-
enough to stop people from. I mean, the place was packed. You couldn't get anywhere. That's the other thing. I didn't realize. I mean, London's the size. London's about 8 million people, which is basically the size of New York City, but spread out more.
Mhm.
But in the general area where everything happens, you just can't. You can't get anywhere in London quickly. It seems that traffic is so difficult in that city, but it just seemed that way. Took us almost 2 hours to get from the airport to the city, which normally would take about 35 minutes, but you're stuck in traffic.
you know, that's interesting to me. The 1 in 50 does sound like a lot, but Christine, you're right. That's a 2%. Now I know typically when we talk about our rate here, you have people who don't test, and then you have cases that are unreported. So
It's no different there.
Yeah.
People are the exact same attitude there.
yeah.
I mean, we're all just sick of it, and we're learning to live with it, and this is how we're doing it going forward.
yeah.
And that's that.
It's overshadowed by monkeypox because I think people now are like, oh, well, at least it's just COVID. It's not monkeypox.
Yeah, but monkeypox isn't really life-threatening, right? And it's not spreading the way COVID spread.
Right.
But you do, if you get it, everybody knows you have it, right? Unless you
Right.
Yeah.
dress
Or
up like a
disgusting.
mummy or something.
Yeah.
But there's a lot to. You cannot, when you're overseas, it is almost impossible to pick up a baseball or football game from there. I tried everything, and you know me, I'm pretty savvy when it comes to maneuvering my way around and tricking this to get that, and I couldn't. Every stream I found was blocked outside the U.S., and it's all because of whether it's the NFL or Major League Baseball. It's all because of their strict contracts, and in this case, they don't allow a lot of streaming out. The only place you could get a game was on Sirius XM radio.
Oh wow.
So
And-
I was able to find that, and I could listen that way. No TV. I could not get it on TV,
So
except
can
for the
I-
Giants and Packers, which, by the way, probably were 50-1 when it came to the number of fans. I don't know what the stadium looked like, but there had to be, for every one Giants fan, I must have seen 50 Packers fans.
Oh, they went home disappointed, did they?
Did they go home? And they were like, this game was in the bag, by the way.
Yeah.
This game was in the bag.
I was shocked. I was really shocked. Look,
That 20-10, they were down.
you know, on one hand, we didn't even, we haven't even scratched the surface here. We had the Mets, who I thought were just playing in a little funk, and they were going to get out of it and do great. Meanwhile, I've been trash talking my own Giants all year, and they go and shock the Packers,
Yeah,
and now
yeah.
they're 5-1.
And then to see the Braves and the Phillies going at it just what a collapse and a horrible ending for the Mets. They might as well have just stopped winning completely in September. It wouldn't have felt as bad. Christine, sorry.
No, that's okay. What is the point of blocking out the games overseas? Like, I just think that's kind of penny wise and pound foolish. You would think you want international fans.
I would think now. I think they did. You could get in London. You could get the Giants game, but
It's not like there's a whole lot of competition.
everything
there
else, right? You couldn't. And you go from service to service to try to stream it. I could just. In some cases, I was willing to say, all right, it's going to cost me $12 to watch the game. All right, I'll do that because I really want to watch the game. But no chance. I could not find it. And I did find a service that does stream if you're from there. You can buy a package if you're from there, but it requires a home address and a credit card which matches the country that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing for a visitor, which was very annoying. Let's see. A lot of stuff has gone on here today. Since I've been gone, today, of course, nationally will be the January 6th committee giving their final
Yeah, they say
final review, and they're going to add some things about the state of President Trump's mind. This is the one that Trump fans should watch. Ann in Rome should be watching this because every Trump fan knows that the state of Trump's mind is the greatest of any president ever, right?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that's what they're going to say. The most fit mind, the most brilliant mind,
Ever
the most
in the history.
sane mind in the history of the world.
Believe me.
Yeah.
We'll see.
That will be today.
Last hearing, is it a 1 o'clock start?
I believe so.
Mid-afternoon.
Yeah.
What did they say? There's not going to be, let me just double check here. Although there won't be any live witnesses, there will be new witness testimony and documents given, presented by the Secret Service, I believe.
That will be, and I think the Secret Service has handled this. The Secret Service doesn't talk, but people close to the Secret Service have talked, but they did get documents of the Secret Service talking. I don't think you're going to see any of the secret. In fact, the Secret Service wiped clean a ton of messages back and forth that the committee cannot get a hold of. And they said, well, we didn't realize you wanted them. This is just something that normally happens. And, oh, by the way, when they wipe them clean, they wipe them like we can't wipe them.
Yes,
You
correct.
can't get them back.
Yes, it's the opposite of the magic pen or the magic ink, right?
Gone.
When we delete them, they go, oh yeah, we can get that. But the
We'll
Secret
recover
Service
that. Yeah.
must know some secret that we
They
don't.
know something.
You know, another big news story, and I'm not trying to bump off of this story if you want to stick with it, but my man Smitty informed me this morning that from the intergalactic shape-shifting realm, our man Alex Jones, and I say our man,
$1 gazillion. This might be the greatest penalty ever handed down.
yeah. And I just want to be clear when I say our man Alex Jones, I don't mean our man Alex Jones, although I would love to hear from our impersonator who occasionally calls in. But yeah, what is it? Is it $1 billion?
Well, it's $966 million is where it's at. So it might as well be $1 billion. And when you think about it, there were 8 families. There was recently out of Connecticut or somewhere where a judgment came down for $100 million for one case. And that held. So if you have 8 or 9 families involved, I guess that is not as unprecedented as it might seem. The chances, though, what do you think the chances are that they ever see that money?
Well, I guess
it'll be difficult for him because they'll be every time he tries to put anything in the bank, it's going to be taken.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I do think they will see a lot of it, unless his lawyers can do some legal maneuvering that protects all of his assets. What I mean, as wacky as we think he is, he does have an enterprise.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
That's he's between subscribers and syndication, he's got a lot of money.
The lawsuit is against him, I think, and if it's against him personally, he probably that is a corporation that he has. I don't think they can get any of that money.
That's a great point, and you could be absolutely right. The only counter I would throw in is this. A lot of what he is in trouble for saying, he said on that platform. So I would think that platform, that, if he's hiding all the money on that platform, they should be able to take a chunk out of it. Again, legally, I don't know.
Well, in business,
but it's not like he did something that was separate from this mega InfoWars platform that he's got. That was where he was espousing a lot of the stuff that's got him sued.
Yeah. I don't know how that I do know that a corporation will protect you, will protect its the people involved, its ownership. But I'm not sure what happens when you're sued. I just don't know that they're going to be able to touch a lot of that corporate money.
So he filed for bankruptcy on behalf of InfoWars a couple of months ago, maybe a month ago, to protect the InfoWars thing. But even then, their net worth was not worth, the $1 billion, millions of dollars.
But they've raised a ton of, into the millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. And a lot of it's been raised on these theories that this wasn't true.
Right.
And now he came, the last time he came out, the last time he was talking about this, he's basically saying, I believed. So can you criminalize a belief of something? If I believe something is true versus if I know it's not true, but I'm promoting it. Those are two very different things.
So he has two choices.
It's a very complex case.
It is. He's only worth about $200 million himself personally, but he can either claim that something was wrong with his mind and that's why he believed it, or if he really truly did believe it, then there's really nothing that he can do, or he was a master of manipulation, crafting this story in a way that he thinks would be saleable.
The problem is in this current trial with the judgment of $1 billion, he admitted that he knew.
Right.
He did.
He admitted that he knew it wasn't true.
Right.
So that's going to be a problem, and all of this will really fall on will the courts hear an appeal, and then he's got to win the appeal, which is never very, very easy. But there's a lot there, a lot of legal stuff there. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what comes out of it. But yeah, nearly $1 billion judgment against Alex Jones. What a whack job. He looks like a stroke waiting to happen, doesn't he? I mean, his face is always like red. It's like, God, that guy's got to have high blood pressure.
Well, because I don't think that's his actual voice. I think he kind of goes down there and he's putting a lot of pressure on his neck and his head area.
That's pretty good.
That was.
So somebody blew up a bridge, and the Russians aren't happy, and they are just pelting Ukraine with missiles. And there was more overnight. It's really, really bad. I'm sure that you've seen that all over the national news.
If it's not a school or a hospital, I don't understand why people come out and they go, "Can you believe they blew up our bridge?" Well, yeah, I can believe it.
Yeah. Well, it's war, right?
Right.
Yeah. Angela Lansbury has passed, but there was an interesting part of this story. She was 96. She was about the age of the Queen. How old was the Queen? I think 96 years old when she died.
Yeah.
Angela Lansbury so this is the local part of the story. Are you ready? And Squeaky Fromm, if she's out there listening, we still invite you to come on the radio. We would love to have an interview with you. We're not like those national people. We'd love to just sit here and chat about whatever it is that's going through your mind. But this is an interesting little tie-in. I wonder if Squeaky knew Angela Lansbury's daughter, because Angela Lansbury once saved her daughter from Charles Manson's cult.
Get out of here.
Yeah, that's the story that is out in the wake of her death on Tuesday. In a 2014 interview, the actor gave to Mail Online, it's resurfaced due to the revelation that she once saved her daughter from joining Charles Manson's cult. Lansbury said her daughter, who is now 69, was fascinated by Manson, the notorious serial killer whose string of victims included Sharon Tate. Lansbury's child became involved with drugs as a young teen and fell under Manson's spell. So I would imagine Squeaky, Ms. Fromm, came into contact with her.
Sure. Yeah, so it sounds like they were rubbing elbows.
Squeaky, if you'd like to call in, 315-736-0186. For those that don't know, she lives in Marcy.
Mm-hmm.
And don't go knocking on her door.
Mm-hmm.
So we've heard.
Not even on Halloween.
It's nice that I can. There's a story out today where there was a brawl during the Braves and Phillies game. There was some punches thrown and some beers thrown, and I just for a moment I was imagining what it'd have been like if it was like a Braves and Mets fan. But we can't think about that, can we?
No, it actually hurts to think about it.
It does hurt to think about it. Lawrence O'Donnell is analyzing new reporting from the Washington Post, and he is claiming that there is a mole living inside, an informant living inside Donald Trump's home. That someone close to the former president is leaking information to the newspapers and to the government.
Does the daughter and son-in-law, do they live in the house?
I don't know that they live in the house.
I would say that to me, that's who it is. I think that Kushner is out for himself, man. I've always thought that he wants to write the book about what a clown Donald Trump was and how he was here to save us from Trump.
Yeah, I mean, there's no blood there, right?
Nope.
Interesting. Syracuse schools, boy, we haven't had a chance to talk about, but I sent you guys. I saw the story while I was traveling of the superintendent from Baldwinsville.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm trying to think of the superintendents that when I went to school, what our superintendent of schools was like.
Yes.
I'm thinking of the superintendents that we know today.
Not the type to go toss one back.
Well, that's not the case. I know many people in education who have no problem having a cocktail, but at the right time in the right place. But what I'm trying to picture is just visualize your favorite superintendent of schools and imagine him going to the top step of the bleachers during a football game and saying, "Okay, kids, catch me," and crowd surfing down the bleachers. Did you see the video?
I didn't see the video.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And
unbelievably cool that a superintendent would do that?
I guess that you might look at it that way.
Mm-hmm.
This is the chief financial officer of your district. Let's understand this. The guy is crowd surfing down the over top of the students, and they're holding him up like he's at a concert. And then apparently some students and faculty at that point were like, "Okay, I think we've got ourselves a problem here. Yeah. Maybe Mr. So-and-so is under the influence of alcohol." They reached out to the police, and they caught him in the parking lot. Kind of feels like they were waiting for him to drive.
Right.
But they say that's not the case. He didn't signal when he was making a turn, and they say that he had no front license plate. So they pulled him over, and it was a .15 alcohol level, which today is almost double the limit.
Yeah, you can go from being a really, really cool superintendent, I think, in the eyes of the students, to being in an awful lot of trouble with the law. I mean, look, if you remove the alleged driving while intoxicated, people can judge whether or not it's appropriate for him to crowd surf, but it's completely okay. And probably some of the students would have been like, forever, "You remember how cool he was? Remember that time he crowd surfed?"
I think it would have. It would have been odd, and they could have looked at it like, "Boy, that is weird." But man, he has a connection with the students, and no one else has. And I understand there are a lot of other things that he could have done that would be considered much worse. But you cannot be the head of the school and the head of their budget and be in that situation.
Absolutely correct.
Where you are, because you're supposed to be setting an example. Not only are you managing budgets, think about the size of the Utica School District budget versus the size of the Utica City budget. The school district's budget is so much, the city budget pales in comparison to the school district. And the same thing happens in most municipalities. This is a big business. You have a lot of responsibility.
A lot of employees, yeah.
And to think that it's just not a good situation. By the way, they've had a special meeting, and they suspended him with pay. There is now another emergency meeting that has been scheduled for tonight at that school district, and I would imagine they're going to make a move. However, I was reading a piece in the Syracuse papers, and they interviewed some people that were at the board meeting, and there were those community members who said he's got to go. He's got to step down. He can no longer. How can he walk back into that board meeting? How can he represent the district after this has happened? But then there was another member of the community who said, "You know what? He made a mistake. And I think we have to look past it and give him a chance to be able to make good on this." So I wonder what the board will do.
Well, I just look. It's absolutely correct. Everybody makes a mistake, and at some level, everybody deserves a second chance. I completely buy into that. But how would he? For instance, say there's a group of kids at the next football game, and they're caught drinking behind the stands. How do you go discipline
them? How do you deal with them?
Right. When
right.
You've been kind of guilty of the same thing.
Mm-hmm. And at Christian Brothers Academy, a woman who worked as a girls' swimming and diving coach has been fired following an arrest. They said that, there are worse things that could be done. This woman has been charged with sexual abuse on Friday. So
of a student?
It is Elizabeth Tucker Schultz, 58, of Fayetteville, was arrested in the town and charged with third-degree sexual abuse, and works as a school psychologist. this is the problem where you're there to help the children. They're confiding in you. They say that she's been placed on administrative leave while the case is pending. They say at this time, we do not believe this arrest in any way is related to her work here in the district. So it doesn't look like it was within the district.
Okay.
But has been charged with sex abuse. As we said, there are worse things out there, I guess. Jim Boeheim says, we will make the tournament this year.
The NCAA?
We will make the tournament.
Okay, look, I'm 50-50 on these. I tell you to bet something. But look, if that's the case, and if you believe Boeheim when he says they're making the tournament this year, I don't know if you can get odds on it right now. Put him to win this, to go to the Sweet 16. I mean, and it's almost like 50% of the time they go to the tournament, he takes them to the Sweet 16. So, look, you want great odds? Bet them to make the tournament at your first opportunity, and then bet them to make the Sweet 16 because it's a 50-50 shot with Syracuse.
I agree. I think that that would be something that...
the odds have got to be outrageous at this point.
Yeah. Davey?
They only got 2 starters returning, Jesse Edwards and Gerard, so they got a young group.
Maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
We'll see.
The new gun laws, of course, after a judge has said they're unconstitutional, it's going to be appealed. So now another judge saying, or maybe it was the same judge, saying those gun laws can remain in effect temporarily while the case is reviewed. And this is something I'm surprised we're not talking more about, and that is that New Hartford, in terms of their budget, ran out of gas money. So every budget has an allotment. So of New Hartford town vehicles, is this the town of New Hartford? It might be the town, or I believe it's the town. It is. That they've allotted so much for fuel for all of their vehicles, from police to DPW to plowing and the whole 9 yards. According to a recent report, they ran out of their money for gasoline in June because of inflation. And this is going to be a problem, I think, that you're going to see as we go through the winter months with a lot of different municipalities. The OD reporting that in New Hartford, $200,000 was budgeted to pay for gas this year to cover for the town's fueling needs. That includes highway department and police. By June, they'd spent the entire $200,000.
Okay, so just a quick thing. Did they say inflation?
Oh, it's because of high gas prices.
Because of high gas prices.
Well, remember,
which is a little different.
we were at, well, that's a part of the inflation that I'm talking about. So it's because of high gas prices.
Gotcha, okay.
So, but think about it. If you were, at one point spending whatever, I don't know what, many of these vehicles would be diesel. But let's say you're spending $2.40 on a gallon of gas, and all of a sudden now it's almost $5. And we were like that for, quite a while.
What committee do I go to when I've exhausted my gas budget?
Well, what they have done so far, because these vehicles have to be fueled, right?
Sure.
So now they're borrowing from other departments and from other line items in the budget. Gas prices have stabilized somewhat. However, I believe they're up in the state right now by about 5 cents overall statewide.
Yeah.
And, of course, what's going on in Saudi Arabia and with Russia and all of that, the Ukraine war, all of that playing a role where we might start to see gases take a step back up.
Yeah, I think it's already begun, at least on the West Coast, and the decision by OPEC to cut 2 million barrels a day is a painful one.
So there you have it. That's kind of what's happening here. I did receive an email while I was away that I forgot who the person was, but they said, "I will no longer listen if you continue to talk about sports. You talk about sports too much." I just want to address that for a second. I don't think we do, and it might be a certain time of day, probably in the 6 o'clock hour where when we first come in, we're all excited about what we saw the night before, and I haven't seen them, they haven't seen me, and we talk. It's kind of like a human thing, not a radio thing. So for that, I apologize, and I will do my best, but I try a lot of things. I try really hard. The only thing that I've tried recently is a diet called stomach virus that seems to be working. Everything else I try, I seem to fail.
Can we make this commitment to that listener? For the rest of the year, we will not spend more than 30 seconds talking about the Mets in the morning.
I can guarantee that. I can absolutely guarantee that.
It's our commitment to you.
Got a break at 6:51. We'll have news top of the hour. I've got a lot to get to here this morning, and it's a Thursday, and I'll try not to catch up on too many things that you've been already talking about. Like, I come home and I'm like, wow, I can't believe this happened, and you're like, yeah, last Thursday. So I'll try not to be too outdated. Because then I'm going to get an email from the same guy. He's like, oh, everything you're talking about is outdated. What the hell's wrong with you people? It's 6:52 at WIBX.
I'm Marimus Magic Oren, candidate for Oneida County Clerk. I'm running for 2 reasons. The first, background. I'm an independent businesswoman, a real estate broker. But most important, I'm a lawyer. The same lawyer who took the greedy absentee owners of the Obelson Apartments to court and won. The second reason, backbone. I'm the only candidate willing to confront Tony Picenti and the county legislature. I'm the only candidate willing to fight for a full-time, fully staffed Rome DMV. And I'm the only candidate willing to fight for a faster, more customer-friendly Utica DMV. The John E. Creedon Police Benevolent Association, Utica's Men and Women in Blue, backed me because I'm experienced. The Nonpartisan Reform Party endorsed me because I'm independent. And the state's largest healthcare workers union gave me their support because I'm qualified. The Friends of Marimus Magic Oren paid for this message because they know I believe in people, not politicians. Please remember, Marima, background and backbone. Thank you.
Don't miss this terrific deal with Half Off Thursday and SeizeTheDeal.com.
Hi, I'm Joe from 72 Tavern and Grill in Utica. 72 is located at the home of the Utica Comets, the Adirondack Bank Center. 72 has it all. Finger licking wings, juicy burgers, and of course, our specialty trash can nachos. Hurry and seize the deal before they sell out.
It's Half Off Thursday at SeizeTheDeal.com.
Truck crash? Choose William Mattar, the largest motor vehicle accident firm in the state. After a crash, an investigation may need to be started immediately, so call now. When you visit WilliamMattar.com, you'll see that motor vehicle accidents are what we do. Truck crash? Call William Mattar, 315-444-4444, South State Street, Syracuse, 315-444-4444.
In Albany, the only political party that matters is the majority party.
I'm Assemblywoman Mary Ann Buttonshaw, and I'm a member of the Assembly's majority. As a member of the Assembly, I do more for the Mohawk Valley. More funding for Utica, Rome, and Whitesboro schools than ever before. Almost $500,000 for local fire departments. $125,000 for the town of Deerfield. More funding from Albany means a stronger Mohawk Valley. Wolfspeed means good jobs. The Nexus Center means more recreation and tourism opportunities. Griffiths Business and Technology Park assures our future in high-tech economy. As a member of the Assembly, I brought your voice and your values to the state capitol and brought back expanded youth and senior program funding for our cities and towns and $1 million to assist our youth in crisis at the House of Good Shepherd. Given the chance, I'll do more. That's why the Friends of Mary Ann Buttonshaw paid for this message.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's New York attorneys. 518-554-0000. Online at CordellCordell.com. 100 Great Oaks Boulevard, Suite 110, Albany, New York 12203.
WIBX 950 and 1069 FM. This is Keeler.
Okay, it's, let's see, I have 3 minutes till news and a few things that this weekend at the Stanley Theater is Broadway Utica's presentation of the, I guess it's not their presentation, but you know what I mean. It's the Buddy Holly story.
Yes.
Pretty excited about that. I always was a big Buddy Holly fan as a kid. You know, when you're growing up as a kid and your parents, at least when I was growing up, we had a record player and my parents had albums. So the only thing you had is to listen to what they had, and they had a couple of Buddy Holly albums, and I always thought he was, pretty good. And, of course, the day the music died, he died in a plane crash, all of that stuff. So, here's a little, play a few.
Every day it's getting closer, going faster than a roller.
This, of course, is the big one, right? It's probably a big part of the... Boy, everything's moving slowly here. Yeah, if you knew Peggy Sue.
If you knew Peggy Sue, then you know why I feel blue without Peggy. My Peggy Sue.
You have a favorite Buddy Holly? Even you know Buddy Holly.
Even I do.
I mean, we had to correct you a couple times. You thought it was Creedence Clearwater Revival, but other than that,
Peggy Sue.
We'll have tickets to give away, by the way, for the Buddy Holly story.
And for this contest, I've done a ton of research, so I know a lot about him. I can tell you right now, Peggy Sue was originally called Cindy Lou. That was supposed to be the name of the song.
Cindy Lou.
Cindy Lou.
Cindy Lou, yeah.
The other thing is, That'll Be the Day was, of all his hits, only one made it to number one. It was That'll Be the Day, his first one. The second thing is, you know where That'll Be the Day came from, where he came up with that?
I don't know.
A John Wayne movie where in the movie multiple times he said, that'll be the day.
That'll be the day.
And he thought it was a popular movie, so he wanted to jump on it, and he thought that was a catchy phrase. That's what he named his first song.
And it was, yeah.
I'll have you for me.
I didn't know any of that, Jeff. That's really amazing.
It's funny, honey, you don't care. You never listen to my prayer.
Kind of an odd-looking guy. I don't want to say odd, but he had a little geekiness to him, right? With the glasses and that sort of thing. And I'm just playing songs I never heard before. Sorry about that. This is called Crying, Waiting, Hoping.
Crying, waiting, hoping you'll come back. I just can't seem.
I can almost guarantee you might not hear that song in the show this Sunday. We'll give away tickets coming up next hour. Stand by. WIBX Utica Rome. It's 7 o'clock.
Killed in the line of duty. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. 2 Bristol, Connecticut police officers. Another one's in serious condition. All 3 were shot late last night.
That horrific update coming from Connecticut State Police, actually on Twitter, it's saying, quote, "We ask your thoughts and prayers be with the families, the officers."
Julia LeBlanc with Fox 61 TV in Bristol. We don't know yet the circumstances of how or why they were shot. A Polk County, Florida sheriff's deputy also shot late last night in the chest while trying to tase a suspect, now in custody, but the deputy's okay. A bulletproof vest saved his life. Russia bombed more residential areas of Ukraine overnight, continuing a deadly barrage all week. NATO's leader Jens Stoltenberg pledged today more military aid.
We will stand by Ukraine for as long as
arriving in Washington on January 6th and present video of taped depositions done over the summer, potentially including one interview with the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas.
Fox's Jared Halpern. There are multiple reports a Trump employee has told federal agents the former president, after getting a subpoena to return classified documents, directed boxes be moved to his residence at his Florida estate. This before the FBI search and seizure of material. Next hour, we'll find out if inflation got any worse, a consumer prices update for last month, and how they compare to a year ago. The recent inflation spike means more money for a lot of older Americans. Fox's Ryan Schmelz explains.
The Social Security Administration is expected to announce the largest benefits increase in recent memory for those receiving retirement or disability benefits. The nonpartisan Senior Citizens League projects the adjustment to be 8.7%.
For the average recipient, $144 more a month. America's listening to Fox News.
Smith & Wesson is committed to empowering Americans no matter what. With inflation hitting everywhere, we've decided to make a change. Now, you can buy a Smith & Wesson Shield Plus, our most popular concealed carry firearm, at an all-new low price, $100 off MSRP. We're absorbing the costs and passing along the savings to you so you don't have to compromise on personal security. Visit smithandwesson.com to find a Shield Plus near you. Smith & Wesson. Always expect the best.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Good morning, WIBX First News with Keeler in the morning. News time is 7:03, 57 degrees. We'll have your full forecast coming up in just 2 minutes. Your news is brought to you by Baird Private Wealth Management, a strong financial partner for 100 years. Visit bairdoffices.com/Utica for more information. Utica police say they're investigating a series of vehicle larcenies over the past week, and they're offering some simple tips to help protect you from being a victim. The hardest hit areas include Riverside Drive, Deerfield Drive, Coolidge Road, and Dawes Avenue. They say most of the incidents are happening in the late evening and early morning hours, as is often the case when police are looking into several larcenies in a concentrated area. They say it appears the thieves are looking for easy scores. Most of the cases involved vehicles that were left unlocked. You can find that full story at WIBX950.com. The United Indian Nation getting into a new business, and sticky fingers. Maple syrup now flowing freely at the United Indian Nation. You can read that full story at WIBX950.com. A Central New York psychologist who works for the Syracuse City School District has now been placed on administrative leave after being charged with sexual abuse in Cayuga County. Deputies say 58-year-old Elizabeth Tucker Schultz of Fayetteville was arrested last week. Tucker Schultz has also been fired from her position as a swimming and diving coach for Christian Brothers Academy. Officials for both the Syracuse City School District and CBA say her arrest is not connected with her work with students. New data from the state shows the spread of COVID is continuing to hold steady in central New York. The 7-day average infection rate is sitting at about 10.52%. Last week, it was 10.65%. To prevent a surge, it is recommended that folks get vaccinated, receive updated booster shots, and wear a mask while they're indoors. The New York State Department of Taxation and Finance starting mailing out some additional financial relief to about 1.8 million eligible residents of the state. Checks will go to those who received the Earned Income Credit or the Empire State Child Credit, or both, for their 2021 state tax returns. The average amount of the payments will be about $270 for each recipient. Most of the checks are expected to arrive by the end of the month. Your WIBX Weather Center forecast is brought to you by Elite Car Wash of Utica, now offering Christmas gift certificate specials. One full detail for only $200, express inside, outside detail available for $100. They're located at 1706 Oriskany Street West in Utica. Showers likely today and possibly a thunderstorm this afternoon. Some of those storms could produce gusty winds and heavy rain. The high today near 67 degrees. Showers and possibly a thunderstorm tonight. Patchy fog with a low around 46. We'll start off Friday with some patchy fog. Otherwise, sunny skies with a high near 63 degrees. Mostly clear Friday night with a low around 41. Saturday, sunshine, the high near 68, and a chance of showers Saturday night that will affect Sunday as well. Mostly cloudy Saturday night with a low around 47 degrees. Your temperature is brought to you by Cliff's Local Market. They keep you going. 57 right now. WIBX 950 AM and 106.9 FM news time is 7:06. Here's Jeff Manaski with sports.
All right, thank you, Christine. The Yankees look to take a commanding 2-0 series lead tonight as they host the Cleveland Guardians in Game 2 in the Bronx. It's, of course, a best-of-5 series, so it would be a huge advantage if the Yankees get another victory tonight. Lefty Nestor Cortez on the hill, but he'll be opposed by Cleveland's best, really, Shane Bieber. Last night's action, the American League was off. The National League, both series played. The Braves shut out the Phillies 3-0 to tie that series at 1, and the Padres got a game back, beating the Dodgers 5-3. That series also tied at a game apiece. The New York Football Giants 4-1 could be without a couple of key wide receivers this weekend. Kadarius Toney and Kenny Golladay both missed practice on Wednesday. After 16 seasons in the NHL, former Devils captain Andy Green signed a one-day contract with New Jersey, then retired from hockey. Green played in over 1,000 games with the Devils and the Islanders, recording 52 goals and 264 points. The veteran defenseman signed with New Jersey as an undrafted free agent in 2006. The Devils, meanwhile, will open their regular season coming up later tonight. The Utica Comets home opener, by the way, will come up on Monday night. College football coming up this weekend. It's the start of Week 7. The Syracuse Orange, ranked 18th, will be putting their 5-0 record on the line against number 13 NC State on Saturday afternoon. Smitty, it's a 3:30 start on Saturday. The game will be on the, go ahead,
ACC Network.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And
that's on the ACC Network? Really?
I know, that's
a
like
big game.
Primetime game, right?
The thing that scares me about this, Christine, can you find the name of the person who hates it when we talk sports, just so I can, every time I talk, I can apologize to him. This is the heart of the schedule. You can't play this game like you played a couple of games ago at the Dome. This has got to be perfect. This is real. This is the first top 20 game at the Dome. I think it's been in like over 30 years.
Well, I'll tell you this.
So meaning that the team they're playing is in the top 20 and Syracuse is in the top 20.
Mike Tirico, he's on a ton of YouTube ads that were popping up yesterday on my computer where he's like, look, it's our best start in 35 years. There's still some tickets available. Over 40,000 have been sold. Let's sell out the Loud House.
I think this goes back to, we should look this up. This has got to go back to Donovan McNabb. That's how long ago this has got to go back.
Well, if you're going back 35 years, I think it's even before McNabb. I'll check that out. But
McNabb had I think there were a couple of games I thought that were, I don't remember. I don't know. Maybe it's before that.
35 years ago, you're talking like 1987, 1986.
Yeah.
That's a long.
You're right.
Yeah, it's a long.
Well, in
time.
1987, they went undefeated.
So, but yeah, and that's the year that he decided at the bowl game to go for the tie and not the win. What's his name?
Dick McPherson.
No, not McPherson.
Pasqualoni?
No, it was Pasqualoni. I'm pretty sure. Look that up, too. I could be wrong.
It's going to take me a minute.
I think McPherson was the coach.
Either way, maybe. You can look it up, David.
He was. In 86, he was. And yes, he was. Pasqualoni didn't join until 91.
Well, Pasqualoni was a defensive coach for McPherson.
He wasn't the head coach until 91.
But it was McPherson that went for the tie, it was Pasqualoni that went for the tie in the bowl game, not McPherson.
In 87, they went to the Sugar Bowl. That was a tie. In 88, they went to the Hall of Fame Bowl and won. They won the Peach Bowl in 89. In 90, they won the Aloha Bowl. And then in 91, the first year with Pasqualoni as the head coach, they won the Hall of Fame Bowl. So it says here, Syracuse was 11-0-1 in 1987. How about that? Wow. 11-0-1. Dick McPherson was the head coach. What was the particular stat I was looking up?
How long it's been since there's been a top 20 game at the Carrier Dome?
I'm going to need more time.
All right. With that said, let me break, and I'll tell you that we're going to get a little update on everything going on. Maybe somebody actually is going to call in with the answer. I'm sure they will. They'll know better than we know. John Pisak coming up, and what they're doing right now, adding.
Come on, hold
They've added about 740 jobs in Herkimer County with investments that they've done. We'll get to that. Wanted Person of the Week, we'll do that from Mohawk Valley Crime Stoppers. And later on this morning, I have something kind of unique. It's not kind of unique; it is unique, and it's the if you remember and I'll play some music coming up. The Cowsills. It was, and Christine, maybe you might remember some of their songs, but they did Hair from the play Hair. They did Love American Style, and they were a big family group. They also were the inspiration for the Partridge Family, but the producers didn't want to use the real mother, and they all refused not to do it. They were going to be the Partridge Family. It was going to be the Cowsills, and it was but it still was based on their lives and their careers. They've put out new music, and we have one of the Cowsills. Paul Cowsill is on later on this morning in the 8 o'clock hour. And this is a little bit before my time, but you've heard of Hair.
Oh, yeah.
And you've heard Love American Style. That was the theme show for the TV, the theme song for the TV show.
Those were great shows.
Anyway, we're going to talk to Paul Cowsill. They have a new album out, and we have some clips to play of their new songs. It's completely throwback. You could put this stuff in the 60s, and they would just simply say, wow, the quality's so much better, because it sounds like 60s, what they were doing in the 60s, I think, anyway. Well, Manansky looks up at that stat. Ann is on in Rome. Good morning, Ann. Good morning.
Good morning. It was Coach Dye from Auburn that went for the tie. And I'll tell you a little story. I was at the Sugar Bowl, and Syracuse, I don't know why no one ever called it back. The guy was in bounds, and the ref was rotating his arm to keep the clock running. Syracuse would have won that game. I sat right in the end zone and watched it.
So I know that's true, but that is not the game that I'm thinking of. That's not the bowl game I'm thinking
Sugar
of.
Bowl.
I'm not. Matt Manansky said Sugar Bowl. My timeline is off just a little bit, but the game I'm referencing was definitely Pasqualoni, because it was a huge controversy where they said, why didn't you go for the win? You could have gone for the win, and the decision was to go for the tie.
Okay, because I thought you were talking about the Sugar Bowl, because I remember a bunch of us sent hundreds and thousands of ties to the coach. And the Cowsills, the Rain the Park, and other things, love them.
So 8:10 this morning, I'm going to have one of the members on, and they have new music out right now. So,
that's great.
Pretty wild.
Well, have a good day, guys. Glad you're back, Bill.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you so much.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Did you get that number yet? I'll break and we'll come back and talk about it. 7:14. John Pisak is coming up in a second with the latest on Herkimer County and some good news. They have some good stuff to talk about. 7:14 at WIBX.
Julie Grow Denton, longtime practicing attorney and law clerk in federal, state supreme, and county surrogate court. Julie Grow Denton, high school valedictorian, honors graduate from Bucknell and Harvard Law. Julie Grow Denton, candidate for state Supreme Court.
I'm Julie Grow Denton. Every community deserves to have judges in whom you take great pride. From an early age, my parents instilled a love of family and a strong work ethic. Born and raised near my dad's family in Rome, vacations and holidays with my mom's family in the North Country. My career has brought me to courtrooms and law offices across our region, all while raising 2 children with my husband, driving them throughout central New York for scholastics and sports. I know our communities. I value the importance of treating others with respect. I love the law, and I will make you proud. I ask for your vote.
Elect Julie Grow Denton to state Supreme Court. Paid for by the committee to elect Julie Grow Denton for Supreme Court.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere, like on a city street. Now you can get fast relief anywhere with new improved Primatene Mist, the only FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. So whether you need relief of symptoms at the park or at your kitchen table, Primatene Mist starts working quickly, opening up your airways to restore free breathing. For temporary relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma, use Primatene Mist and breathe easy again. Available at CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. Use as directed.
I'm Oneida County Sheriff Rob Mashel. Out of Touch Albany passed bail reform despite almost every sheriff in the state opposing it, including myself. This makes us less safe. Corrections officers are endangered because of the HALT Act, and now new gun restrictions have sadly targeted law-abiding citizens. I will continue to fight these unsafe, unpractical, and even unconstitutional laws. I will also continue to help keep our community safe. Our children are safer in schools because nearly every school district in Oneida County has a trained member of the Sheriff's Office on duty. In Utica and other municipalities, our deputies stand with police to assist them because of an increase in crime. The men and women of the Oneida County Sheriff's Office are making a positive difference. I'm Rob Mashel, and law enforcement is my family. Your safety and their safety matters to me. This November, please vote for me to continue as your Oneida County Sheriff, paid for by the Friends of Rob Mashel.
Clinical excellence is on the rise at Mohawk Valley Health System. MVHS is the first hospital in New York State to receive the prestigious designation as a heart care center. Our comprehensive stroke center is one of the largest in the state. MVHS's women's and children's services are stronger than ever, with the addition of 6 new OBGYNs and 3 midwives. We're making major advancements in medical education, building new programs for educating and training the next generation of physicians and caregivers. And next year, the new Wynn Hospital will open in downtown Utica, the state's first new hospital in 30 years. This is clinical excellence. This is for our community and for our region. This is the Mohawk Valley Health System, and this is for you. Learn more at mvhealthsystem.org.
I'm Marima Smagic-Oren, candidate for Oneida County Clerk. The American dream is my American reality. I came to the United States when I was 4 years old, worked hard, and became a citizen the right way. My first home was on Brinkerhoff Ave in Cornhill. My first school was Thomas Jefferson Elementary in North Utica. I graduated from Proctor High School when I was 16, went to Albany Law School, and became a lawyer at 23. I became a lawyer because I knew that as an attorney, I could handle anything that was thrown at me. I know that as county clerk, I can handle anything that's thrown at you. I'll fight for a full-time DMV in Rome. I'll work for a better DMV in Utica. I'll put people over politics. I'll build a better Oneida County Clerk's office. That's why the Friends of Marima Smagic-Oren paid for this message. Thank you.
WIDX 950 and 106.9 FM. This is Keeler.
All right, apparently on my Pasqualoni, I hated Paul Pasqualoni. It was after Coach Mack. I just hated Pasqualoni. And that probably, when you look back on Syracuse football, I'm only going to talk about this for a second, so don't get all nervous if you don't want us to talk sports. I hated him so much, I think, that I missed the only tie, you're right, was when the opponent in the Sugar Bowl kicked for a tie as opposed to going for the win. And everybody was up in arms over that. So I hated Pasqualoni so much that I apparently blamed him for that game.
And hate is such a strong word.
Oh, it is, Christine. It is.
Set yourself
and maybe
free.
it's because I loved Coach Mack so much.
I think that's what it is,
Anyway.
right? You don't want to be the guy after the guy. You want to be the guy after the guy after the
When
guy.
I was on K-Rock or
Or the
107,
person.
one of the stations, we had a chance to finally interview Coach Mack. And I got him on the air. I was so excited. And I said, my favorite game in the world that you coached was the time that you came back and beat Miami in an unbelievable win. And he said, I never beat Miami. So if you're thinking it's old age, I'm losing it a little bit. No, that was like 35 years ago.
Uh-huh.
I was screwing things up back then. And McPherson never did beat Miami. However, I think the last time Syracuse beat Miami was way back in 1998. The answer to the question that we were looking at, I do have the answer for, And the question is, how many years ago was it that the Dome hosted a top 20 game? And it actually goes all the way back to 1998, the season opener, when number 17 Syracuse hosted number 10 Tennessee.
Wow.
That was a long time ago.
And that might have been McNabb era. I'll check that. I know we want to move off this, but let's see.
Either way, pretty wild stuff. So this weekend's a big deal. But don't you agree, Davey? Up until this point, Syracuse has not had an opponent like they're about to have this weekend.
Right. 3 weeks in a row they have big games.
Yeah,
This
so,
Saturday
yeah, and then
against
Clemson.
NC
This
State,
is
Clemson, and then Notre Dame.
And then Notre Dame. So this is going to be very, very interesting. It's probably unlikely that Syracuse will be undefeated after the next 3 weeks.
And next week's game against Clemson's already been announced at 12 o'clock airtime on ESPN.
Okay, that'll be big.
In 98, it was McNabb.
It was McNabb. All right, well, there you go. A lot of information there. Let's go to John Pisak, who's standing by in Herkimer County.
Good morning, John. I have to tell you, I feel like for a long time it was people in the valley saying, I got to go to Utica to go to work. I got to drive into the city. Well, I feel like now with all the development out there, people from the city are going out to the valley for work, right? It's kind of a flip-flop, or maybe I'm wrong on that.
No, I appreciate that, but I was told we were going to talk about sports this morning.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry. I was prepared.
You're not
for the
prepared.
sports.
You're not prepared.
No, well, Herkimer County Community College has some of the best sports programs ever. So
It's on when you look at here's a good trivia question. How many national championships has Herkimer College won? And it's like, I don't know, 80 or something. It's
it
unbelievable.
is. And somebody deny that. We don't have enough time to get to this real answer on that.
That's true. That's true.
And we did get into esports this year and won the nationals there.
Yeah, wild.
So I tell you, we're an athletic county.
Okay, let's talk about. I didn't realize that. So you're dealing with distribution centers. There's, of course, the big one is Tractor Supply, but then the addition of Amazon, which does affect all of us. So you order something and you get it later today. You order it this morning, you get it tonight. That's possible now with the distribution center in Herkimer County.
Yeah, it's in Frankfort, right off of 5S. They bought a building there and refurbed it and made it so they could, add additional people and get product in and out. So it's considered a last mile. Last mile is about 3.5-hour radius. They do ship some larger things through there as well. But if you drove by there, you could see the parking lot is huge. There's a lot of cars in and out, a lot of their own trucks. Those blue panel vans are in and out of there. So, we're excited. We're not only distribution. We are looking at a few other things. And, we'll always be the home, we hope, for Remington Arms as well, Rem Arms. So we're excited to continue to help them. They keep adding a workforce. As you both said, we're excited about the growth and still the opportunity that we see here. Schuyler has been an excellent park for us. The community there is behind everything that we're doing. Getting Home Depot was another nice fit for us. It's these guys take a look and they do a lot of research before they pick a site. So people just say, there's no jobs, there's no this. They do the research. It's not like they're throwing a dart at the board and it lands in Schuyler.
Right. Well, you have some available available land. That's a big thing.
Well, we're running out.
Yeah,
we only have about 15 acres left in Schuyler, and if you go to either our LinkedIn page or our Facebook page, you'll see about that site. But we're actively talking to people all the time. We have a business park up in Manheim, Dolgeville, 30 acres there that we're actively looking to put companies into that. We have other smaller properties that we've been looking at, and we're actively searching for more property. We see the opportunity is now. We look at what's going to happen in Syracuse with Micron, how Global Foundries is expanding. Down in the Hudson Valley, IBM's expanding. We're in the middle. We're in a perfect location. Herkimer, Oneida County, there's no more lines. We work very closely together.
So I do want to ask and we'll talk more about what you have going on that is positive. But I do want to ask about Rem Arms or Remington, and it doesn't seem like it's great news from there. It does seem I know you got to paint a positive picture here, but if you're an employee there, it ain't all that positive right now.
Well, they got a sign up that says "Go to Working Solutions if you're looking for a job. We're hiring."
Well, it's because a lot of the people they're trying to hire back have gone on to do other things, and you can't blame them.
No, oh no, no, I don't see that being an issue either. There's a lot of other opportunities. A lot of them took training in whole other areas. So, I mean, and that happened during COVID, and our local, Working Solutions worked all during that to help those people find jobs and make things happen for them. And we want to still support the oldest gun. My dad, your dad worked there. They're still making shotguns, rifles, a couple of pistol lines, the 50 cal. And they know the work in this area, but you're building a business back up. It went down to zero. So we're still behind them. Whatever we can do, we have an opportunity every now and then to talk to one of the owners and see if there's anything we can do to help. But that's still a facility that has almost 300 people working at it.
So, and I get that, and I think that's all positive. But and I'm kind of hammering this a little bit, and I apologize.
Oh no,
because listen. I mean, it is it's personal for both of us.
Oh yeah.
The fact that their headquarters. They could have made that. That would have been a very big move to say the headquarters is going to be in Ilion, and they chose not to do that. That is a bit unnerving, and you kind of wonder, that's a giant facility that they don't use. Almost, a huge part of that facility is not being used. It does make you worry a little bit because there don't seem to be talks. They seem to have rejected talks about building and getting help building a new facility.
Well, there's a couple things there. I don't know when they've had their headquarters here in the Valley. I don't know how many decades ago that was.
Yep.
And a lot of times, in reasons beyond what we know, they have it in other locations. And they've done that in the past, and so has many other gun manufacturers. I think there's certain places in the country the benefits are better for your corporation to be headquartered there. But manufacturing-wise, they're making product there. Let's be honest, my dad, your dad, like we talked, worked there. There was 3,000 employees. There wasn't the CNC equipment. There wasn't the things that made it work. I'm not painting a complete rosy picture. Would I love to see them back up at least to 1,100 people? Sure. But I'm not sure when that can happen. I don't know where the industry is. I'm not as close to it as I used to be. But I know that there's still opportunity for that. They make, the best hunting shotgun and rifles in the industry, and people still know that. And, it's a product that's made for that industry. So we're excited to do whatever we can with them. Believe it or not, I've been approached by another gun manufacturer that's interested in this area as well. I don't think why we should stop. New York has some crazy laws, but a lot of it doesn't revolve around the manufacturing of it. It revolves around the purchase of them or the lack thereof, where people are bringing in illegal arms.
Well, and that's the thing to blame the SAFE Act, and which is what the previous owners did.
Yeah, definitely.
It had really not the whether they made the guns here or not. The law did not prevent them from making them. It put limits on sales.
Yep.
So it is what it is.
But not to their guns per se here,
Right.
And now with the micro stamping that they want to do that technology is improving. No one can make it repeatability on those, and you've seen that in California for 15 years. They've had it on the books, and they just don't buy the newer brand because they can't do that.
Right.
And it's just not a proven technology. Think of the size of a firing pin that has to hit a round how many times and leave that same mark on it. It just can't happen right now.
Yep, I agree.
But there's so many other things going on, and I still think they're a major attraction. We do have a lot of people that ask about it. Who's your oldest, gun employee? Then I tell the story about, my father, and I still have the 870 that he hand built there, and just so many good things about that company and how many generations of people that it employed and helped, grow our economy in the area.
So who's the gun maker?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Come on.
Yeah. Are we still on?
No, we're off. I mean, I don't know. Can't we went to commercial?
It's that's the great thing about economic development. You get a lot of calls, and you get to talk to a lot of different people from around the country because they see the good things happening. As far as even with the chip fab, they know that people are going to come in. What do they need? They need Amazon. What do they need? They need things from a home store like Lowe's or Home Depot. You know, we have Pepsi over there too. I'll never forget when we were looking. They came to look at the site. There were people from other parts of the country saying, "Why would we come to this farm field?" And 2 weeks later, they made an offer on the property. So, you know, it's just exciting to see what's going on around here in our whole region.
Well, the other part of this is your easy transportation in that spot.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
You are correct.
Yeah.
We are trying to get a bus route over there, too, in Schuyler. We do have it that goes over to Tractor now in Frankfort. But we're working on Schuyler as well because we see that. We've received an offer for a convenience store over there, so we're going to move ahead with that. That'll be an excellent thing, like a truck stop, too. It'll have diesel. It'll have, a fuel. It'll have food. That's going to help that area. There's several mobile home parks. Oh, I forgot. Jim Bono said every time I mentioned his name, he'd donate $20 to a charity. So I just wanted to mention Jim Bono one more time.
Okay, well, you got $40 right now.
And,
Wait, who was that you were talking about?
Yeah, Jim Bono told me it used to be give me the money, but Jim Bono decided now that we'd give it to a charity. So I think Jim Bono should be maybe on your show sometime if you have any time.
Well, there's a C note right now, just for the record.
Yeah,
if you're
and
keeping
he's
track.
also today at the Genesis luncheon. Jim Bono will be presenting on what Herkimer County did during the past few years to get us out of COVID.
Who are you talking about?
His name is Jim Bono. He's the chairman of the IDA and the legislature.
Very nice.
So, but I appreciate the time as always. Believe it or not, you guys truly help when we are bringing in development. They do listen to local media. They do reach out to read stories. They want to know what's going on here. And you guys have really been positive for our whole area, and I thank you for that.
Well, I think you report on things that are good and bad, and when there are good things to report on, it's a pleasure, right?
Yes.
Oh, definitely.
And that's where we are. John Pisak with the Herkimer County IDA. Anything else you want to add?
Can you? Is there a one stop for everybody? Because there's so many jobs out there. There's hiring in so many areas. We got Amazon. I'm having a space in my brain here. The trucking, Tractor Supply, and then also you just broke ground on Home Depot. They just had a groundbreaking ceremony last week. Where do you go to get all the information on job openings and availabilities in those business parks?
Well, most of them go through Working Solutions here. Karen Pisak, my wife, heads up that group over there. And so most of them go in through there, and they have applications or there's certain processes that they go through. So I would recommend everyone contact them on Prospect Street in Herkimer.
And then one more thing, I have a bet with Smitty. Can you tell us who is the head of the IDA out there?
Well, his name is Jim Bono.
Oh, okay.
Vincent J, but he goes by Jim Bono.
I think that's $1.60 right now.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure.
We haven't picked the charity yet, but I'm sure Jim Bono will pick a good one.
All right, that $180 will be well
Well,
served.
let's make it an even 200, right, Jim Bono?
That's $200.
You always want an even number.
Good
All right,
stuff.
thanks, guys.
All right, John. Thank you.
Take
Bye
care.
now.
That's the way to raise money.
Yes, it is.
Just did $200 very, very quickly. Got a break. Hold on tight. We'll do the Mohawk Valley Crime Stoppers Wanted Person of the Week. We'll get to that coming up. And Hobica's free money question of the day. Pretty excited because I thought of this question last night. It's a good one, and we'll get it coming up here. 7:34. If I could just remember what it was. I have Christine's news. I'll come up with that. 7:34 at WIBX.
Utica Comets, this is Roxanne.
Roxanne, it's almost hockey season. Put on the red light.
What? You just told me not to put on the red light.
No. You gotta put on the red light. Put on the red light. Put on the red light.
Okay, we get it. The season starts October 17th. Can I stop now?
Oh, come on. One more time.
Tickets on sale at uticacomets.com. See you October 17th.
Good morning, WIBX. First news with Keeler in the morning news time is 7:35. It is 57 degrees. We'll have your full forecast coming up in just 2 minutes. Your news is brought to you by Clinton Tractor, the leader in service. Visit them today at clintontractor.net. A shooting in Bristol, Connecticut, leaving 2 officers dead and 1 seriously injured. It's not clear what led to the shooting. It was in a residential area just before 11 o'clock last night. A nearby resident told a local NBC affiliate that he heard at least a dozen shots. The House January 6th committee will look to sum it up today. Its case against former President Trump. is said to be in what could be its final public hearing today. Committee Chairman Benny Thompson said the hearing will reveal, quote, significant information that has not been shown to the public. It is scheduled to begin at 1 o'clock Eastern Time this afternoon. The federal government will look into last month's migrant flights from Texas to Martha's Vineyard. Democratic Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts says the U.S. Treasury Department will investigate the possible misuse of COVID relief funds by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Chartered planes flew out about 50 Venezuelans who'd been seeking asylum, leaving Massachusetts officials scrambling to provide shelter and other resources. A missing Georgia toddler is believed to be dead. The mother of 20-year-old Quentin Simon has been named the prime suspect in his disappearance and death. Simon was reported missing last week from his home near Savannah. New York City is looking to combat fatal overdoses by providing free naloxone kits to nightlife establishments. Mayor Eric Adams signing legislation that directs the city's health department to offer regular training to employees at nightlife establishments to ensure they are equipped to respond to a potential overdose on site. And Thursday Night Football will feature two games trying to end their recent losing streaks. The Chicago Bears, who've lost back-to-back games, will host the Washington Commanders, losers in their last four. The Bears are currently third in the NFC North, while the Commanders sit in last place of the NFC East. And Manaski, is that a game we're broadcasting on WIBX?
Yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is. It's brought to you by Tri-County Heating and Air Conditioning. We say thank you to them, but we will have coverage of the game beginning at 7:30 right here on WIBX.
And your WIBX Weather Center forecast is brought to you by Elite Car Wash of Utica, now offering Christmas gift certificate specials. One full detail for only $200. Were you going to say something? No. Express inside-outside detail also available for $100. 1706 Oriskany Street West in Utica. Showers likely today. Some of the storms could produce gusty winds and heavy rains. The high just near 67 degrees. Showers and possibly a thunderstorm tonight with patchy fog and a low around 46. Right now, 57 degrees. WIBX 950 AM and 106.9 FM news time is 7:38.
Wayne here this morning says if we can stop topics, if that's what we're able to do, by the way, I want no more talk of politics. Or, Christine, no more talk of your animals. Tell the guy this is New York, and in New York, we talk sports, says Wayne. Ray says the video I'm watching on YouTube live is delayed by about 5 seconds. That has been corrected. Ray, thanks, man. And Michael this morning is on fire, asking, how about the superintendent crowd surfing going face down? He was face down. What are you thinking? You're a male. Women shouldn't do it face down.
I was like, what? Is somebody going to poke him in the eye?
No one should do it face down.
Yeah.
You when you crowd surf, you try to do it backwards.
Yeah.
Do we really try to crowd surf?
I mean, it's a good point. I mean, the last time I saw the crowds, he probably got inspired by watching the documentary on Woodstock. But what a mess that was. Wow. Baldwinsville High School is where that was. And, wow, Jeff's knowledge of Buddy Holly. I'm going to start calling him Mighty Jeff, the record guy. I don't know.
I will quickly disappoint you.
Would you
if
be
that's
okay
what
with
you're
just
gonna call me.
Mighty Jeff?
Absolutely.
All right. Good enough. Coming up, Hobike's free money question of the day. A doozy this morning for $106.90. Let me go to investigator Sahid Karsik with the Oneida County Sheriff's Department on the line right now. Investigator, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good. All right, here we go with this week's Mohawk Valley Crime Stoppers Wanted Person of the Week. What do we have?
So today we have Mr. James, middle initial R, last name Archer. Mr. Archer is a white male. He's about 33 years old. 5'10", weighs approximately 165 pounds. Has brown, gray hair with hazel eyes. And our office currently holds 2 warrants for him.
The warrants are which warrants and what are they in regards to?
So there's 2 bench warrants. The first bench warrant is out of county court. It's actually a violation of probation warrant. It was issued back in late July, for the charges of aggravated family offense, which is an E felony, and assault third, which is an A misdemeanor.
Okay.
And the second warrant we have was issued out of the local criminal court of Vienna, and those charges include operating a motor vehicle impaired by drugs in the first degree, aggravated unlicensed operation in the second degree, aggravated unlicensed operation in the third degree, and several other New York State vehicle and traffic law charges. And that warrant was issued back in mid to late June.
And of course, this is for failure to appear.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay. All right. The photo, the story, all will be going up on our website at WIBX950.com. You can check that out. I'll have it up there by 8 o'clock this morning. And in addition to that, we want you to use Mohawk Valley Crime Stoppers. It's a great opportunity to get the message in and do it anonymously. Investigator, explain the value of that if you could.
Yeah, so the value of that, if you submit it anonymous, if you submit the tip through Mohawk Valley Crime Stoppers, it's all anonymous. We get the tip forward to us. We work that tip, and we apprehend the suspect. There is a reward to that as well.
That's a cash reward, and that is done anonymously as well. Your name is never a part of it, which is so important, especially if you don't want people to know that you're giving the report. And most people probably don't necessarily want everybody to know that they're the ones that are offering the information. So there you have it, Mohawk Valley Crime Stoppers. Go to the website, or we'll have a full story going up before 8 o'clock here this morning. Investigator Karzik, thank you as always. We appreciate it.
Always, Bill. Thank you. Have a nice day.
You do the same. Thanks so much. We have some comments to get to. I was traveling over the last week, and I just want to give you a few observations that, for me, I think were shocking. That what I witnessed one day in particular while spending time overseas in the last week. Shocking. We'll get to it coming up. But before we do that, let's do our free money question of the day. It's a chance to win from the Hobeika Law Firm, Joseph and Andrew Hobeika at 315-724-1600. But the number you're going to call is our number, 315-736-0186. And Davey, this morning we're looking for caller number
7.
Caller 7. 315-736-0186. Seventh caller takes a shot at dough this morning. Coming up next on WIBX.
Julie Grow Denton, longtime practicing attorney and law clerk in federal, state supreme, and county surrogate court. Julie Grow Denton, high school valedictorian, honors graduate from Bucknell and Harvard Law. Julie Grow Denton, candidate for state Supreme Court.
I'm Julie Grow Denton. Every community deserves to have judges in whom you take great pride. From an early age, my parents instilled a love of family and a strong work ethic. Born and raised near my dad's family in Rome, vacations and holidays with my mom's family in the North Country. My career has brought me to courtrooms and law offices across our region, all while raising 2 children with my husband, driving them throughout Central New York for scholastics and sports. I know our communities. I value the importance of treating others with respect. I love the law, and I will make you proud. I ask for your vote.
Elect Julie Grow Denton to state Supreme Court. Paid for by the committee to elect Julie Grow Denton for Supreme Court.
I'm Brian Miller. As your assemblyman, I've been advocating for upstate New Yorkers like you. Crushing costs because of inflation and state policies have made it harder for all of us. We've all been tightening our financial belts, and I've voted for Albany to do the same, while I continue to fight for you. Upstate's economy has unique needs. I vote to remove burdens to job growth and small businesses, stand with farmers, and work to bring broadband to our region so our communities aren't left behind. I work in a bipartisan manner, advocating for our veterans, ensuring home care workers fair pay, and fighting for education, including the trades. I stand firm against those who infringe on our Second Amendment rights and endanger our communities with disastrous policies such as bail reform and the HALT Act. My promise is I will continue to fight for the issues that matter to you.
Vote Brian Miller for Assembly. Experience, leadership, and results make Brian Miller the only choice. Paid for by Brian Miller for Assembly.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work.
I want to tell you about this weekend. If you're looking for something you got to go somewhere, you have a little get together, or maybe it's just for yourself. Maybe it's something, romantic you'd like to do. Weekends should be relaxing. Hemstrotz and artisanal premium cheese has the perfect idea for you. It's called the Weekender. A ready-to-go box of amazing artisan cheeses, cured meats, breads, pastries, and half moons, available in sizes perfect for just you and a friend, a family, or even a large gathering. Order online at artisanalcheese.com for in-store pickup or have it shipped right to your door. Weekend should never be stressful, so make artisanal premium cheese at Hemstrotz a must-stop. 900 Oswego Street in Utica, right off the arterial, open 7 days a week. Whether it's visiting somebody, a party you're going to, or just something at home, it's Hemstrotz Bakery and artisanal premium cheese. The Weekender is the right choice.
WIBX 950 and 106.9 FM. This is Keeler.
Okay, and let's start with our free money question of the day. And Sherry is on the line right now. Hello, Sherry. Good morning.
Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Sherry's in New York Mills. She's already disgusted because she feels like she's going to lose.
And I hope it's not a sports question.
Well, hey, at least Smithy and I can help you out with that one.
All right.
Oh, boy.
It's not sports, and it's not a question about my animals.
There's no phone a friend on this one because it's something we talked about in the last half an hour. So. So maybe that'll help you. We've talked about it in the last 30 minutes, okay?
Okay.
All right, Sherry. And I am so sorry of the question that I'm going to ask. And it really is a question that I came up with last night, and because it's kind of in the news or in the sports news. That's
okay.
I know. I'm sorry. Okay, here is your question. And you know what? I'm going to change the question for you.
Good.
I'm going to change it, and I'll tell you why. Because I want to give you a chance to at least guess. Fair enough?
That sounds good.
Because if I give you I'll read it afterwards the way it was going, the way it's written. I'm going to change it up to give you a chance. You can at least guess here. Here is your question. The last top 20 matchup inside the Dome was when Syracuse hosted Tennessee in this year. Ready, go.
1993.
Ooh. You are close. Guess again. The way the question is read, the last top 20 matchup inside the Dome was when the number 17 Orange hosted
Tennessee.
There's no way you're going to guess Tennessee, but I thought you might be close, and you were.
17.
You were close on 1993. 1998 was the answer. So.
Oh, geez. All right. Well, I was pretty close.
You were close. Okay, I'm going to give you. You know what I'll do? Are you interested in going to see the? I'm going to throw the book at you here. I'm going to give you a chance, Davey. Whatever she wants, just a few or all. I'm going to give her everything here. Buddy Holly show this Sunday at the Stanley Theater. That's going to be awesome at the Stanley with Broadway Utica. 72 Tavern and Grill at the Odd is back open. A $25 gift card is yours. And a table for 6 at Fat Cats Comedy Club for, I believe it's sold out this weekend, but it could be next weekend if you'd like. FatCatsComedyClub.com for details. And Davey's going to give you a 1, 2, or all 3 of these, so you stand by.
All right. Thank you.
How about that? And that is what you get for losing here. I mean, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It's not
I'm glad
bad.
I didn't get it right.
That's right. All right, stand by. Davey's got you taken care of, Sherry, in New York Mills. Thank you so much. By the way, last top 20 matchup inside the Dome, number 17 Orange hosted which team? Tennessee. What was Tennessee ranked?
17?
10. Syracuse was 17.
17, yeah, right.
And that was preseason, though. So I don't know how the season ended up in 1998 there, but that was preseason.
Let's see here. Bear with me. What'd you say? What year?
1998.
1998. Bear with. Okay, so 98 was right the McNabb year. So 1998, Syracuse ended 8-4, and they lost in the Orange Bowl.
So I want to go over a couple things on my trip that I observed, and one of them is 2 of them were quite shocking. And then we have some comments I want to get to. And you can do that through the app. You can do it on YouTube Live, which is where we stream, or download the app, and you can stream right through the app. And I must say that when I was traveling, even overseas, I was able to listen to the WIBX app.
Mm-hmm.
And I listened to you guys. And the most shocking thing that I heard while I was away was Christine doing Muppet voices.
Really well, by the way. That shocked me more than the fact that she was willing to do it, but that she was really good at it. I didn't expect that.
For those, that
Grover.
haven't,
No comment.
For those who haven't heard it, Christine, could you just do a quick repeat performance?
Nope.
I mean,
Nope.
either do it that way or we're going to go back and get the tape. All right, just quickly.
Well, that'll take
Here we
you
go.
more time.
Here we go. In 3, 2, and 1.
You're waiting for me to do it?
Yes, yes.
I can't.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to make you.
It was excellent, though, when you did it yesterday.
We will get the tape, though.
We also had
Laugh
special
hard.
requests for Scooby-Doo, and there was one more that came in. I don't know if it was Huckleberry Finn or I don't know what it was. Somebody was putting in requests for
So
Christine
they're
voices.
easy to do when I'm doing them for my children. They're not easy to do when I'm
That's a good point. All right.
Jeff, apparently.
One of my one of my observations. So this is our opportunity to see my daughter, and we've not seen her since August, and we'll not see her until Christmas time. So she is studying and got into a program where she could study from London. A lot of kids do it. It really doesn't change anything in terms of expenses, except when your kid is like, hey, I'm in London. I'm going to Paris tomorrow. It's like, okay, I don't know where you're getting this money, but good luck.
Yeah.
You should be very proud. I know you are very proud of her because that is a tough program to begin to get into. And then the fact that she's doing it overseas, she's just a brilliant young woman, and I know you're proud.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. But so it's our chance to see her. We get over there. We all, I get sick. She got sick before I did. We didn't see her the last 2 days because she was sick, which blew. But anyway, and then I came back. Flying on a plane, walking through an airport when you feel like you're going to lose everything in your stomach and you haven't eaten is not fun. I will tell you that our flight was delayed twice, and we used British Air to get back, and they finally put us on another plane. And I'm telling you, the plane, I have never been on such a large plane. It was a double-decker plane. It had a stairway going upstairs where people sat.
Get out of here.
It was the largest airplane I have ever seen or been on. I think Air Force One is pretty big, and we've seen that. But this was enormous.
Wow.
It had a double-decker. It was a double-decker plane.
So now
Airbus, which was, I believe, British. Maybe it's French. Airbus.
I would expect, because that sounds very, what's the word? I don't want to say eloquent. It's very extravagant. It's very nice. Very top
the
shelf.
thing is so long. You have like a flight attendant manager who oversees all of the flight attendants because it's all done in sections. I mean, it looked to me like it was the size. I don't know how long that plane is, but it looked like it was the size of a football field. It's not quite that big, but it's enormous.
Wow. So my question is, was the food and drink to match, or you probably don't know?
Well, I don't know because I couldn't even handle smelling the food at that point.
I mean,
but yeah, it was quite. It's different. The overseas flights are different, obviously, because they still serve food.
I was going to say, based on what you're describing, I mean, did your wife put in an order for eggs Benedict? Like, it seems that fancy.
It was unbelievable.
That's cool.
And as I said, there was a stairway going to the seating upstairs. Unbelievable. So the other part is, we always tout the fact that around here we have the food is inexpensive.
Yeah.
I mean, we're lucky. Cost of living inexpensive.
Pre-Biden, yeah.
London is right. Pre-Biden. London is one of the most expensive cities to live in. New York as well, extremely expensive. We certainly tout the fact that it's much less expensive to live here. But I have to say, when it comes to going to a restaurant, I don't know what it is. But the average meal in a fine dining restaurant in London was about 12, 13 pounds. So you could have filet for 15 pounds.
And that translates to?
About less than $16. Because right now, the dollar and the pound are very, 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 very close.
They're running neck and neck.
Yep.
Okay. So filet for $15?
Unbelievable. Fine dining the food is much less expensive in restaurants there. And I'm not talking about in New York City. I'm comparing it to Utica food.
Right.
It just completely shocked me. And that I don't know how they do it. Now at the same time, restaurants around here, they got to survive, and I understand. But I'm telling you, it was far less, and that was interesting to me. The other thing is, we think of this country as being we are the country, we stand up for ourselves. What we believe in, we stand up for ourselves. London on Saturday is the day that everybody comes out, and we were in the midst of 6 major protests. Like, there was a protest. We were trying to get to a museum, and you couldn't get in because there were at least 800 people to 1,000 people standing, protesting the treatment of women in Iran. And it was all these Iranians and Middle Eastern people who were chanting, and I thought we were in trouble when we were walking in, but turns out they're on our side. It was all good. There was a protest for Assange, free Assange.
That's still going on?
Still going on because he's basically there, and it was all, do not extradite him to the United States. That was going on. The Westminster Bridge, which comes from Westminster Abbey, which went across the river and to our hotel, as we're walking through, which is high traffic, one of the busy bridges in London. And there was a sit-down protest, and they were complaining about their protest was about killing animals and eating meat, and we should be all vegetarians.
I knew that's where you were going.
And they just walked into the middle of this busy 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 lanes. One of the busiest bridges in London. They just sat down. So now we watch the police come. And at this point, I'll post some video of this. I had to stop because now you have, I don't know, probably 75 police officers who were walking towards the group. And I'm like, we're going to see some melee going on because you're blocking traffic. Traffic cannot get through. So all the police came in. They come marching in. And we sat. It got a little old for me because we were there for about 30 minutes as they were negotiating with these people.
Oh, my goodness.
Finally, they passively lifted them up. The people go limp. They lifted them up and gently put them in the paddy wagon and cleared out the street, and it opened up. But it had been closed for over an hour. Imagine the traffic back up there.
Wow.
And there were another 3 big protests. You couldn't get anywhere in the city on Saturday because of the protests. So to think that we're the only ones out there doing the protesting, I have to tell you, we are not.
I'll tell you,
they take the cake.
That protesting, laying down in the busy roads to protest those people run the risk of becoming, burger a la Dahmer.
That's right. They become,
right?
You're right.
They become the meat.
Which is a big Netflix hit right now or whatever. But it was very interesting to watch how carefully they dealt with these people. And I'm imagining, if they're militant protesters out there that they thought might have a gun, they may have treated it differently. But these are like people that, these people are so passive, they don't want you to break a tree down or anything. They don't want animals. Everything should be vegetarian. I guess they're okay with trees being eaten. But interesting. I'll post some pictures later on today. Got a break. It's 7:59, 8 o'clock, WIBX, Utica, Rome.
How much more are we paying for stuff? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. We'll find out later this hour with an update on consumer prices for September and how they compare to last year. In recent months, annual inflation has been over 8%.
Inflation continuing to be a weak spot for the president and members of his party. The administration consistently points to rising energy costs as a key driver of overall inflation. And after OPEC Plus snubbed President Biden and moved forward with the production cuts, the president says he's considering calls from Congress to pull back arms sales to Saudi Arabia.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the the White House. Inflation's tied directly to Social Security. We'll also find out today how much the annual increase in benefits will be for retirees and others. Expected to be the average recipient could get $144 a month more. 2 police officers are dead, shot late last night in Connecticut. A third officer in serious condition.
In Bristol, about 15 miles southwest of Hartford. Other details like the timing of the incident and the circumstances of it have not been released. In a Twitter post, state police ask for, quote, your thoughts and prayers be with the families, the officer, and all those impacted.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers, the sheriff's deputy, also shot last night late in Polk County, Florida. The suspect, now in custody, was being tased when he shot the deputy in the chest. But Sheriff Grady Judd says he's okay because of a bulletproof vest.
The vest saved his life.
8 days after a little boy went missing.
Police in Chatham County, Georgia, the Savannah area, now believe 20-month-old Quentin Simon is dead and that his own mother, who reported the boy missing, is his killer. Leilani Simon was seen leaving her home Wednesday, and her whereabouts are unknown.
Fox's Evan Brown. Now an update on the Trump document investigation. Multiple reports say one of the former president's employees has told federal agents after getting subpoenaed to return classified material in May before the FBI search of his Florida estate, the former president directed that boxes of documents be moved to his residence there. America's listening to Fox News.
Smith & Wesson is committed to empowering Americans, no matter what. With inflation hitting everywhere, we've decided to make a change. Now, you can buy a Smith & Wesson Shield Plus, our most popular concealed carry firearm, at an all-new low price, $100 off MSRP. We're absorbing the costs and passing along the savings to you so you don't have to compromise on personal security. Visit smithandwesson.com to find a Shield Plus near you. Smith & Wesson, always expect the best.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Good morning, WIBX First News with Keeler in the morning news. Time is 8:03, 61 degrees. We'll have your full forecast coming up in just 2 minutes. Your news is brought to you by Baird Private Wealth Management, a strong financial partner for 100 years. Visit bairdoffices.com/Utica for more information. Police are investigating a series of vehicle larcenies over the past week, and they're offering some simple advice to help protect you from becoming a victim. Cops have been called to investigate multiple incidents in North Utica, particularly near Riverside Drive, Deerfield Drive, Coolidge Road, and Dawes Avenue. Most of the incidents are taking place in the late evening and early morning hours. Police say the thieves are looking for easy scores. Most of the cases are involving vehicles that were left unlocked. A psychologist who works for the Syracuse City School District placed on administrative leave after being charged with sexual abuse in Cayuga County. Deputies say 58-year-old Elizabeth Tucker Schultz of Fayetteville was arrested last Friday. Tucker Schultz has also been fired from her position as a swimming and diving coach for Christian Brothers Academy. Officials for both the school district and CBA say her arrest is not connected to her work with students. New data from the state shows the spread of the coronavirus is continuing to hold steady in central New York. The 7-day average infection rate now sits at 10.52%. At this time a week ago, the infection rate was 10.65%. The State Department of Taxation and Finance starting to mail out additional financial relief to about 1.8 million eligible residents. The checks will go to those who received the Earned Income Credit or the Empire State Child Credit, or both, on their 2021 state tax returns. The average amount of the payments will be about $270 for each recipient. Most of the checks should arrive by the end of the month. Your WIBX Weather Center forecast is brought to you by Clinton Tractor, the leader in service. Visit them today at clintontractor.net. Showers likely today, a thunderstorm possible this afternoon. Some of those storms could produce gusty winds and heavy rain. The high today just near 67 degrees. Showers and possibly a thunderstorm tonight. Patchy fog with a low around 46. We'll start Friday off with some patchy fog as well. Otherwise, sunshine with a high near 63. Mostly clear Friday night with a low around 41 degrees. And sunny skies on Saturday with a high near 68 degrees. We'll start to see some precipitation on Saturday night. Mostly cloudy with a low around 47. And Sunday will be Rainy, a 30% chance of showers in the morning on Sunday. Your WIBX temperature is brought to you by Cliff's Local Market. They keep you going. 61 degrees right now, WIBX 950 AM and 106.9 FM news time is 8:05. Here is Jeff Manaski with sports.
All right, thank you, Christine. Thursday Night Football coming up tonight on WIBX. Coverage begins at 7:30 as the Washington Commanders take on the Chicago Bears. Brought to you by Tri-County Heating and Air Conditioning. You can find out more information about their great products and services, tri-countyheating.com. Tri-countyheating.com. The Yankees look to take a 2-0 series advantage tonight in their best of 5 ALDS against the Cleveland Guardians tonight. Game 2 will be held in the Bronx. Of course, the Yankees did take Game 1. Nasty Nestor Cortez is a scheduled starter tonight for the Yankees. He'll be opposed by Cleveland's Shane Bieber. National League action last night. They're tied at 1. Atlanta shuts out Philadelphia 3-0, and the Padres got one back against the Dodgers, a 5-3 final. Both of those best-of-5 series knotted at a game apiece. The 4-1 New York Football Giants could be without a couple of key wide receivers this weekend. Kadarius Toney and Kenny Golladay both missing practice yesterday. The Giants will look to extend their winning streak when they host the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday. College football this weekend. Syracuse at 5-0. They're ranked number 18. They will host number 13 NC State on Saturday afternoon at the Loud House. I think that's better than the Dome or the JMA Wireless. I'm calling it the Loud House. The Orange, as I mentioned, are 5-0. That's a big game. 3:30 start on Saturday. Also, Utica University is at home. They will host SUNY. I'm going to get this wrong again. Is it SUNY Brockport? Yes, SUNY Brockport on Saturday. That's a 5 o'clock start at the Gaetano Stadium.
Do you see the new? They're adding signage to the Dome now, and it's the 3 big JPJ is going to go on the top of the Dome. And I think it's like it's enormous. The letters are enormous.
They said
I forgot the size, but it's almost the size of the Hollywood sign. That's how big the JPJ is going to be. It'll
JMA
change, or JMA, whatever.
They said you could see it from Route 81 when you're driving.
You'll be able to. It'll change the skyline in Syracuse. What is it? JMA?
Yeah, JMA
I
Wireless.
Can't keep track of that. It took me 3 years to figure out it's the Carrier Dome. I mean, when I was a kid, and now
I'm
now
telling
I
you.
got to completely relearn this whole thing.
I know they're being smart about this, and because they want sponsor money, and as would I and you and everybody else. The Loud House, that's where it's at. The
I like
Loud
it.
House,
Yeah,
I
do like
love
that.
that. My son watches the show all the time. It's like it's a cartoon show, an animated show for kids. I think it's 11 siblings. They live with their parents, but they're all kids. And I think it's 1 boy and 10 girls or something like that.
That's got to be a loud house.
It's a very loud
crap.
house. But he loves the show. It's a great show. And I think that's a fitting, when you can fit almost 50,000 people in there. Is that what it is?
The problem is, and this is why Mike Tirico is doing the ad saying buy tickets and go to this game, which people should, is because it's really been the not so loud house. I mean, it's been loud, but not like it should be because maybe 3/4 full the last couple games.
You were there a couple weeks ago,
Yeah,
and I was there when they
empty
played
seats.
Virginia. It was loud.
It's definitely loud. There's the echo that you get out of that. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, but when Syracuse football is bad, to your point, they call it the JMA Wireless Parish. That's what they call it. You keep the volume down.
It's very quiet. We mentioned before I left Syracuse, Stefan Rybitsky was in the hospital and was going through a real rough time and had some procedures. He was there for almost 2 weeks. He's out now, and he just so happens to be on the phone line. Good morning, Stefan.
Well, hello, Bill.
Well, hello, Stefan. Let's not talk about the Mets.
That's very disappointing. I was a little angry and depressed about that.
I was angry as well. Yeah. Considering that, I'm in a time zone where I'm trying to watch the game at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I was thinking about that too. I'm like,
Yeah,
boy, if he's getting up in the middle of the night to watch this.
I was, and I was listening to it, and I finally, at like 3 o'clock in the morning, they're down 4-0, and here's a game you have to win. This is do or die. I just finally shut it off and woke up to what 7-0 was the final.
Yeah, I think
terrible.
So. I turned it off too.
Stephen, your health. What's going on?
Your lungs sound nice and clear this morning.
Well, I'm a lot better, and I'm on some new medications, and I feel better than I had 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay, all right. What was? Can you tell us what was going on?
Well, I had pneumonia.
You did, okay.
I had fluid in my lungs.
Oh boy, oh boy.
And they had to put a chest tube in to drain the fluid.
Wow.
And then my stomach was bloated. They had to do a colon procedure, and that shrunk my stomach. And now I'm feeling a lot better.
But it doesn't sound like you had a colonoscopy. It sounds like you had a colon procedure of some sort.
Yeah, I did have a colonoscopy.
Yeah.
They full prepped me, and I had to drink some type of bitter water.
I know that's.
And it was the water was not tap water or regular water.
Okay.
It was terrible.
It was terrible water. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. But you're okay now, and they took care of you, and you're in good shape.
Yes, I am. I got to go back to the doctor in a few days for some follow-ups and see how I'm doing on the mend.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you are on the mend, and congratulations for that. And thanks for the update, Stefan. Thank you, man.
And now, go Yankees!
Yeah, I agree. You gotta support the Yankees now, no doubt. And did they play last night?
No,
they didn't even play
tonight.
All
They're
right.
in action.
Okay. All right, Stefan. Have a wonderful day. Thanks, man.
Bye, Bill.
Have a great day. Thank you. All right, coming up, we're going to speak with. Whoa! This is one of the big popular groups of the 1960s, the Cowsills, who just kind of unfortunately disappeared in the 1970s. Inspiration for the television series The Partridge Family, big hits, a family group, and believe it or not, they're out with new music, brand new music. And we have one of the family members, one of the members of the Cowsills, Paul Cowsill, coming up in just a second. We're going to speak with, so stand by. It's 8:13, and it's Thursday morning at WIBX.
I'm Mary Finnegan, and I'm running for Oneida County Clerk. I'm the youngest of 7, and we still live locally. My dad was a World War II veteran, and my 95-year-old mom remains the backbone of our family. As a single mom working 2 jobs, I decided to run for public office and kept the job of town clerk in Whitestown for the last 17 years. Now I want to take that experience and serve the people of Oneida County. In Whitestown, I pushed to modernize the town offices and submitted and won a grant that brought our records department into the 21st century. All of this, and we still kept the public's information safe. If you elect me clerk, I'll do the same for Oneida County. I also understand the importance of customer service, working well with others, and recognizing people's strengths. If elected, the DMV will be my top priority. Designated lines, DMV navigators, and good old-fashioned customer service is where I'll begin on day 1. If you need a county clerk who can hit the ground running on day 1, then I am the right person for the job. I'm Mary Finnegan, and I would so appreciate your vote this November for Oneida County Clerk. Paid for by the Friends of Mary Finnegan.
William Attar, for the win. Insurance companies make more money by paying you less. You've been seriously injured in a car crash, so why should you settle for less money than you deserve? At William Attar, we've handled thousands of serious injury claims. There are short time deadlines, so call now. Hurt in a car? Call William Attar, 315-444-4444. Main Street,
Don't miss this terrific deal with half off Thursday and seizethedeal.com.
Hi, I'm Joe from 72 Tavern and Grill in Utica. 72 is located at the home of the Utica Comets, the Adirondack Bank Center. 72 has it all. Finger licking wings, juicy burgers, and of course, our specialty trash can nachos. Hurry and seize the deal before they sell out.
It's half off Thursday at seizethedeal.com.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Everything is delivered these days. Whatever you need, you can place an order and it arrives right on your doorstep. It's about convenience. And at Bremer's Wine and Liquor, we're all about making things easy and affordable too. Let Bremer's deliver all your favorite wine and liquor directly to your door. We've got you covered. First, we guarantee the lowest price on the area's biggest selection of wine and spirits. Second, we guarantee the lowest delivery price too, and we promise to get it to you on time. Just visit bremerswineandliquor.com, place your order, request delivery, and it's done. Or save $5 off your first order with our mobile app. You just sit back, relax, and wait for your order to arrive, often the same day. You'll save money and save time. And who doesn't want that? Local delivery from Bremer's Wine and Liquor. It's convenience and low prices, guaranteed. So download our app or visit bremerswineandliquor.com.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
In a daydream, doesn't the day seem like it could never end? And so, my friend, where one, baby, it's funny how I can feel so sunny when you're beside me. We can fly.
There you go. The big hit group from the 1960s and 70s, the Cowsills, and they have a brand new album that is out. And Paul Cowsill is on the line right now to join us here and talk about it. And Paul, good morning. Thank you so much for coming on. Good morning.
Good morning, Bill, and good morning, Utica.
So, first of all, congratulations on the new album. This is a big deal.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a big deal. It's been quite a while. Our sister Susan kept telling us we needed to do one more album, and one more album. That was when Bill and Barry were alive. That's how long we've been thinking about this. And then, fast forward, we're on the Happy Together tour, which is an all-summer tour on buses, and me, Bob, and Susan, we took that time in the bus rides because, we're riding 700 miles every night on that Happy Together tour, and we started writing music. And, boy, when you write music, you have to record it. And so here we are.
Well, and the talk about the Happy Together tour is a collection of artists. It includes the Turtles. It's the Cowsills. Who else is on that tour?
Oh, my gosh, Gary Puckett, Ron Dante. We've got the Vogues, the Classics 4. And it kind of changes out. We've had the Buckinghams, the Box Tops, the Grassroots. It's about 6 bands, and we go out, and each of us do like 15, 20 minutes.
Wow.
And with the same backup band, so it's quite a show. It rolls real quick.
So what is it, what's the audience response? It's got to be pretty cool.
It's incredible. Still,
Yeah,
look at our
yeah.
demographic. Never had VH1, and we never had MTV. We went to the show. If you had a favorite artist, you had to go find them and go to their concert. And our people are still coming out, Bill. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's 10,000 or a 2,000-seater. These places are pretty well full right now.
Can we talk a little bit about, first of all, your family? This is a great story, and I think I might have seen it on the Joan Rivers show. I was watching some old clips of you guys. And but you were going to be the Partridge Family. The Partridge Family was
we
you.
were going to be the
really.
Partridge Family.
Yeah.
Screen Gems came on out to our house in Newport, Rhode Island, spent about a weekend or a week with us, and they came away thinking that the boys were a little rough around the edges, and that our sister Susan was perfect for the role. But they already had Shirley Jones. This was her vehicle, and so it was going to be Shirley Jones regardless. And once our mom wasn't going to be in it, well, Susan certainly wasn't going to be in it.
Right.
And we just told them to go to Central Casting and do a good job of it.
Go to Central Casting. I've never heard it put that way.
Sure, they got all the guys, Danny.
Yeah.
A lot.
Very polite.
But for those that don't know, that might be a little younger and don't know, the Cowsills were enormous. In fact, which meant a lot of money was flowing in. But then the whole thing went away. And what happened? How did that happen?
Well, I'll tell you, we were living the life, Bill. I'm telling you, we all had new cars at a certain point.
You owned a
Challenger 440 RT.
You had a go.
And everything was going great.
Yeah.
What happened was my dad, he didn't do much schooling, and he was able to get this whole deal to the top. And then he just lost his way, and he lost all the money. Mom and Dad, gosh, they were in their 30s when all that was happening. Bill, remember when you were in your 30s? It was like, wow, this is awesome. And they just partied. But as far as the money, the accountants were back in New York while we were on the road 8 months, 9 months out of the year. And my dad was just, I think he just was hoodwinked or something. There was no money at the end. We all met my dad at a bank in New York where we had to sign off a booklet that said we had no money.
Wow. Because there was, you owned a golf course. Everybody had. The money was flowing.
It was flowing. We had a huge campground in Connecticut, a huge one. And my dad just lost it, and things would slip through his fingers.
Wow. And then, but you stayed with music, and the fact that your siblings, you guys can get back together and do. And I've listened to the new album, and it's really, really good. You guys are really amazingly talented.
Thank you. Yeah, we got in there, and a guy named Rock Positano helped us get in there after the pledge. We had a pledge program going, and then we had all the money in our pledge account, and then pledge went belly up right at that same time. So they owe us like $70,000. But Rock Positano took over, and he made this album happen.
So can I just stop you for a second, because that's very interesting. There was a website called Pledge Fund, right?
Yes.
And so you were raising money to relaunch with a new album. You're raising all this money in your name, and then that company went belly up. It has to be at that point. You got to be saying, we can't trust anybody with finance.
Well, we were almost saying the universe doesn't want us to make this album, I guess, guys.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. And then Rock called. And all of a sudden, here we are making it. And he's also, all those pledge people, we didn't really lose the money because we were getting the money. And so all the pledgers lost all their money.
Yeah.
And so with that happening, Rock Positano, our executive producer, decides, listen, we're going to make this album, and we're going to send all the pledgers exactly what they paid for. And we're in the process of doing that right now.
Wow.
Signing 500 CDs, sending posters, sending guitars, and Rock made that happen.
Even though you didn't get the money.
Even though we didn't get the money. Rock said, he goes, don't worry about the money. If I need that money from Pledge, I'll go get Pledge.
Okay, good. That's awesome.
Can you talk about making an album now and making music after decades of, I guess, not making music? You mentioned album, you mentioned CD. I think you guys skipped the CD generation, right? What is it like to get back into it after such a long time?
Well, it's incredible. I'll tell you, every decade the Cowsills did an album. We had an album in the late 70s, early 80s called Cocaine Drain, which was great. It got shelved. And then we went on in the next decade, in the 90s, we did an album called Global, which is also a great album, but it also is like in the can.
Yeah.
And now we're with Omnivore. And Omnivore, wants to, after we get done with Rhythm of the World, they want to re-release Cocaine Drain and Global.
Okay, nice.
So that's the way those albums will make the scene.
So, and Omnivore is a record company. Is it Johnny Nash is a part of that record company?
No, Omnivore is Brad Rosenberg and Cheryl, but
okay.
Johnny Nash was the very first. It was Joda label. It was Johnny Nash and Danny Sims,
okay.
who was Bob Marley's manager, and they had a label, and they brought the Cowsills onto their label thinking that we could be Rhythm of the Blues singers.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out.
Yep. Can I play a few, just a few off the album if I could?
Sure.
Because I think people are going to, and I'm just going to play clips here. This is cut one, You Gotta Get Up.
Yes.
Which is, let me bring this up. Check it out.
Surely come your way. And hoping that the road ahead will turn a golden day. But you must see it's up to you to do what you must do. Don't hang around to get it done. You gotta see it through. No matter how you try, it seems so hard. But you gotta get up. It's up to you this time to push your card. But you gotta get up. You gotta toe
What I like about this, Paul, is it's the Cowsills.
It is, yeah.
that's
All our harmonies are all intact. And, Bill, we are just so fortunate to be able to sing still, I will say, you know. For whatever reason, the good Lord is giving us good pipes, and they're still happening. We're a harmony band, and the Cowsill harmonies were always known. Cowsills are always known for harmonies, and they're there. They're there.
Harmonies are really incredible. Talk about that, You Gotta Get Up. Is that a song that you guys wrote on the bus?
It was. It came out of us in about 10 minutes. Howard Kalin, Eddie of Flo and Eddie, every night at the end of their set, doing Happy Together, that he would go out and tell everybody to get up. You got to get up. So if you listen to the end of that, you'll hear some crazy man screaming that. Well, that's Howard. And every night, me, Bob, and Susan are on the side of the stage listening, and we look at each other and we go, man, there's got to be a song here. And so time went by, and actually that was one summer we said it, and then the next summer we came out, and, man, we were just sitting there, and the TVs were screaming on the bus, and I just jotted these lyrics down. I showed them to Susan because me and her work on lyrics a lot together, and she looked at that, and she handed them to Bob, and this is that night. We turned the TVs off. Bob had a melody all ready for it, and that was the first song that we wrote for the album.
Wow.
About 10 minutes. And then we just started writing together every night. We got crazy about it. It was fun.
Here's a little piece of the end here. I tried to time it at the part where we could hear him yelling, "You got to get up," but I think I missed that part.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's at the very, very beginning of the end, actually. But yeah.
So Rhythm
Sounds
of the
good on your show. Hey, isn't it a great opener for an early morning show?
I think it is. I
You
think
gotta
it
get
is. Rhythm of the World is another big one. That's is that the single that's going to come off the album?
That is, they call it, what do they call it? An emphasis track nowadays. We learned that. It's a new jargon. But yeah, it's Rhythm of the World is the first off of that album to be heard by the public.
So I'll play that when we go out. But there's another song on there that is near and dear to your hearts, and that is Katrina.
Yes. A song about our brother Barry. It is a tribute to him. It is from his point of view. It's what we believe happened to Barry.
And he died during Hurricane Katrina, right?
Hurricane Katrina, and as years were going by, me, Bob, and Susan, we all realized, hey, somebody's got to write this song, and then our brother Bob did. He did, and it gives me the chills every time I hear it, and I'm on it.
Yeah, wow. Well, listen, I know you have other interviews to do here this morning, and it's a pleasure to get you on bright and early. I also know you're West Coast, so thank you for getting up.
I love getting up for these kind of things. I love doing these, Bill. People think I'm out of my mind, but, dude, I'll do them all night and all day.
Well, right now you're touring with the Happy Together tour. Hopefully we'll see
we're headed to Branson, actually, in 2 weeks. We're going to go to Branson. We're going to do the Andy Williams Christmas show. at the Blue Moon River Auditorium, Andy's own auditorium. We're there from November 1st through December 10th, 6 shows a week, and it should be a ball all Christmas.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then, who knows, before we know it, we'll be seeing the Cowsills tour.
Yes, hopefully. Well, it's funny because that'll be incredible. Or maybe we can open up for, like, John Mayer or somebody.
I like it. I like it. Paul Cowsill, thank you for taking the time. Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and it's a pleasure, and we'll see you, Utica.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
Paul
you, Bill.
Cowsill of the Cowsills. They did Hair from the play, the TV series Love American Style. They did that. This is a little clip. I'll take you out with this Rhythm of the World. This is kind of way before my time, but I knew all these songs because it's, your
Well,
parents
you grew up with, yeah.
Your parents are listening to this stuff when you're growing up. This is from the new album Rhythm of the World, the single being released. And we'll break. Christina has news coming right up.
Mark Rose's experience is unique. City Court judge in Little Falls for the last 14 years. Visiting judge for Utica. As a 30-year practicing attorney, Mark Rose has argued cases at all levels up to the Court of Appeals. He's served as a municipal attorney in towns and villages across New York's 5th Judicial District. And now Mark Rose is running for state Supreme Court to serve all of us. Experience, integrity. Mark Rose for state Supreme Court.
Paid for by the committee to elect Mark Rose for state Supreme Court.
Good morning, WIBX. First news with Keeler in the morning news time is 8:32, 62 degrees. We'll have your full forecast coming up in just 2 minutes. Your news is brought to you by Country Suburban, your premier Lennox dealer. 2 police officers dead, another seriously injured after a shooting in Connecticut. Connecticut State Police say the shooting happened last night in a residential neighborhood in Bristol. Details are scarce at this hour, but one person living nearby says he heard at least a dozen gunshots. InfoWars host and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones being ordered to pay nearly $1 billion, that's billion with a B, dollars to families of 8 victims of the 2012 Sandy Hook shooting. Deliberations started last Thursday, and the 15 individual awards announced Wednesday, ranging from almost $30 million to $120 million. New reports say one of former President Donald Trump's employees recently told the FBI that Trump directed boxes to be moved at Mar-a-Lago earlier this year. Federal agents are said to have surveillance footage showing a staffer moving boxes out of a storage room after Trump's team received a subpoena for any classified documents. The Social Security Administration announcing today the 2023 Cost of Living Adjustment, or COLA, for 66 million Americans who receive benefits. It is expected to be the biggest in more than 40 years. Scientists in California celebrating a medical breakthrough. They've learned how to grow human brain cells in rats to study diseases. Researchers at Stanford University say more than 70% of the rats were alive a year after the transplants. None showed signs of health issues like seizures or epilepsy. And Kanye West being invited to the Holocaust Museum in Los Angeles, California, to educate himself on the plight of the Jews. Earlier this month, West tweeted he promised to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people and has been under fire ever since.
I got to say, I would expect him to go to this Holocaust Museum and really teach the Jewish people what everything with the Holocaust is all about. I mean, I feel they're in for a lesson. He's not going to get the lesson.
Right, exactly.
That's
and
Kanye
kind of,
West, yeah.
Right. Kanye West seems to
He
know
knows.
all.
He knows. He has this insight that most of us don't have. So we're
Very
so
fortunately.
lucky. If we could only be in his presence, dear Lord.
Your WIBX Weather Center forecast is brought to you by Clinton Tractor, the leader in service. Visit them today at clintontractor.net. Showers likely today. Some of those storms could produce gusty winds and heavy rains. The high just near 67 degrees tonight. Showers and possibly a thunderstorm. Patchy fog later tonight with a low around 46. Right now, 61 degrees at 8:34.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk about this event that's happening at the Rome Capitol Theater this weekend, and it's a big deal. Their fall festival. Rick Lewis is coming in here, and I'll be a part of that on Saturday, emceeing it. Pretty excited about that. In Sarah's Flooring Outlet is the area's leading flooring store for Pergo Extreme by Mohawk. Nobody can beat their price because They have the lowest price guarantee within a 60-mile radius of the store. Pergo Extreme from Incera's offers deeper visuals, deeper protection, deeper warranty. And it's at Incera's Flooring Outlet with the 60-mile price guarantee. 100% dent-proof, waterproof, kid-proof, pet-proof. It's the largest inventory in Central New York at their all-new Route 49 Plaza. Go to the website and get a $50 off coupon for your next purchase. Incera'sFlooringOutlet.com. Shop online or in the store. See why more people buy from the big store. And it does have something to do with 6 months interest-free financing. You can take advantage of that right now. Incera's Flooring Outlet, Route 49 Plaza, River Road, Marcy, and online at Incera'sFlooringOutlet.com. We had flooring done through them. Hardwood, it was craftsmanship, an incredible experience. You could do the same at Incera's Flooring Outlet, 836 at WIBX.
Market declines, unemployment, the COVID-19 pandemic. Today's headlines can be scary. Edward Jones financial advisor Kyle Velt can help. He'll work with you to help you understand the impact of short-term events and how to prepare for the long term. Edward Jones provides the tools for a reasoned, disciplined approach to investing. Don't let headlines derail your long-term financial strategy. Call 315-361-4727 or find Kyle on his Facebook, LinkedIn, or edwardjones.com website. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Julie Grow Denton, longtime practicing attorney and law clerk in federal, state supreme, and county surrogate court. Julie Grow Denton, high school valedictorian, honors graduate from Bucknell and Harvard Law. Julie Grow Denton, candidate for state Supreme Court.
I'm Julie Grow Denton. Every community deserves to have judges in whom you take great pride. From an early age, my parents instilled a love of family and a strong work ethic. Born and raised near my dad's family in Rome, vacations and holidays with my mom's family in the North Country. My career has brought me to courtrooms and law offices across our region, all while raising 2 children with my husband, driving them throughout Central New York for scholastics and sports. I know our communities. I value the importance of treating others with respect. I love the law, and I will make you proud. I ask for your vote.
Elect Julie Grow Denton to state Supreme Court. Paid for by the committee to elect Julie Grow Denton for Supreme Court.
Hey, is getting older made it harder to step over that old bathtub? Why not make your life easier by updating your bathroom with New York Sash? Now is the time during the New York Sash Bath Makeover Sale. A tub-to-shower conversion is a great way to provide easy access to bathing. New York Sash will remove your bathtub and replace it with an attractive, durable, extra-large shower. Add a seat, handheld shower fixture, or a grab bar, and you've got a bathroom that's safe and easy to use. The possibilities are endless, and New York Sash will work with you to find a bath system that's perfect for you. And you know what? This project can be done in 1 or 2 days. Trust New York Sash for worry-free remodeling. And during the month of October, get 20% off during the Bath Makeover Sale. Get started today by stopping into the Design Center on Oriskany Boulevard in Whitesboro, where you'll see the tubs right there on display, or you can visit them online at newyorksash.com.
WIBX 950 and 106.9 FM. This is Keeler.
And the official copy of the Keeler in the Morning radio program is from Daylight Donuts. Chuck Sedella, Daylight Donuts in New Hartford. And it's Seattle's best coffee. They, of course, have the lattes. And if you're into the pumpkin spice, they have it at Daylight Donuts. And, of course, fresh donuts, fresh bagels, breakfast sandwiches every single day at Daylight Donuts with a fast drive-through in New Hartford. We have comments. Here's Manaski. And what do you have?
Yeah, some comments. This goes back to earlier this morning. Sorry, I'll just mention a couple more sports things. It was 1987 when Coach Pat Dye of Auburn decided to go for the tie at the end of the game. Syracuse fans sent him ties in protest. I don't understand why it was in protest, but
because the thought is that you should go for the win and not the tie. It's a bowl game, and I remember that argument. But I just thought Pasqualoni. And maybe it was the end of the season and not a bowl game, but I remember Pasqualoni being in the front and center of this, where Syracuse kicked the tie, but maybe it was. I just have my memory all confused.
There was something with a major. I don't want to say controversy, but there was
hated
something.
Pasqualoni.
Yeah.
But then here's the thing: after Pasqualoni left, you realized the program completely plummeted.
Yes.
And some big names came through. They just couldn't get it done. And we were better off with Pasqualoni.
John saying that this is a follow-up on the Auburn thing. He says, the SU fans called him Tie Dye because the coach was Dye.
D-Y-E.
And SU fans collected hundreds of neckties and sent them to him. Boy, this sounds like a radio stunt, right? Like a radio promotion.
Yeah.
This is a comment about COVID-19. And this is from FX in New Hartford. He said, the truth finally comes out. Now who will report it? During a hearing at European Council yesterday, a Pfizer executive under oath testified that Janine Small testified that neither her nor anyone at Pfizer had any idea if their vaccine would stop transmission. Follow all the science, not just the parts we like. It's time we stop saying that vaccines are, and then he got cut off.
Listen, I feel like the vaccines did work, but I guess we'll know at some point. History will tell us, right?
Yeah.
We'll be able to. And to say that vaccines in general don't work is absolutely wrong.
Well, right. And I agree with what you just said. And I personally, this is my personal opinion, I do feel like the vaccine for COVID has had a lot of positive effect.
Problem with the vaccine for COVID is this is a moving virus.
Yes.
And it's just like the flu that, every time you try to target one element of it, coming out with a new strain, and does the vaccine cover those new strains? And they'll tell you yes, but do we know that unequivocally?
But
I
also,
don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
We need to think about the fact that she was very careful in her wording. She said she didn't know if it stopped transmission.
No, correct.
She wasn't saying that it was.
No, but I feel like there was an element of fake it till you make it here,
Right.
where what was the selling point angle? Because people were still getting it.
The selling point was, though, they changed the selling point. It was in the beginning, it didn't stop, it stopped transmission. But then it became this vaccine
Will stop you from dying.
will stop you from dying, keep you out of the hospital, which ultimately did happen. But is it the vaccine that's doing it, or is it the change in the strain? But what I find interesting is there was a point where President Trump was like, that's my vaccine. And then Joe Biden came in and said, that's my vaccine. And now neither one wants credit.
Yes,
right?
yes.
It's like, okay.
Yeah, there was absolutely an element of the Trump administration. And we give credit to presidents in this stuff. They didn't come up with the vaccine. They didn't research it. They didn't test it. They have nothing to do with it. They just happened to be at the helm at the time, whether it's Trump or Biden or anybody else. But Trump is at the helm. And he's saying, you got to get the vaccine.
If you're at the helm, you're getting credit. Good or bad, you're going to get credit.
Kamala and Biden were like, look, I don't know if this is really going to work. I don't know if this is a thing. And as soon as they took office, their argument became, you have to get vaccinated. And Trump's argument became, how can we trust these people? Look at them. They stole the election.
Yeah.
So it's just, and really the supporters, the part that made me laugh the most was the supporters of Trump were pro-vaccine until he wasn't in office anymore. Then they became
anti-vaccine.
I'm not. They're putting chips in me. They're putting a disease in me. And it was really the opposite for the supporters of Biden.
And President Trump was vaccinated.
And yes, he was.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
So, I don't know. Will I get it again? I will get it again. Although one of the protests, I said there were 5 protests. One of them was an anti-vaccine protest. And it said, vaccines, what they're not telling you is in lab animals, it was killing lab animals. But they won't tell you that. They're killing us with the vaccine. There's some weird protests going on over there. The biggest was on Westminster Bridge, shutting it down with a sit-out. They just sat down in the middle of traffic, and everybody had to stop. And then the police came in, and it was the videos I have. I'll do a gallery of some of the protests. It was, this is my favorite. You had there was a Ukrainian protest going on, anti-Putin Ukrainian protest. It was big. It was loud. And then at the National Museum in London, there was a huge Iranian protest, which was protesting the way women are treated. And the talk there was women every day are standing up and they're taking off their face coverings and they're walking through the streets. And, maybe a month or two ago, Christine, there was a woman that was beaten to death and ultimately died in the hospital.
Disgusting.
Because she was thought to be inappropriate. A beautiful woman who was more of a model type in Iran was just beaten to death because
unbelievable.
She was the face of women. No pun, face, no pun intended. And so there had to be, close to 800 to 1,000 people at that protest. So now it's towards the end of the day, and we're over watching this song about Ukraine, and it's the Ukrainian protest, anti-Putin, all of these Ukrainians, and all of a sudden marching down the street loud, and there's signs, and it's incredible to see this. It was the Iranian protesters. Oh my God, get out the cameras. The Iranian protesters are going to come and match up with the anti-Putin protesters for Ukraine. They got together and they started singing together. It was like, let's save Ukraine, let's save Iran. I mean, they became one in support of each other. It was unbelievable.
They didn't turn the economic corridor into like a bonfire or anything like that?
No, there was, and that's the other thing. They were responsible protesting. Responsible protesters. There was no breaking windows. These things do happen around the world, but in this case, they had 5 major protests and demonstrations in London, shutting down streets, doing this, doing that. You didn't see one cop beating somebody. You didn't see one person breaking windows or throwing a firebomb into a business. And that was refreshing. I guess.
It's a very interesting observation.
But shutting down traffic is a real problem.
Oh, absolutely, especially in London, yeah.
In a city that size.
I wonder if there's always multiple protests going on there, or if the death of the Queen, we can get some influence if we do a large demonstration.
From what I understand, it happens especially on Saturdays.
Every week.
And then everybody goes home and has dinner. Yeah.
Hey, Bob, I'll see you at Monday.
Yep, we'll be back next Saturday. And there you go. Christine, interesting, right?
Super interesting.
Yeah. I got a lot of pictures, a lot of video, and some real craziness.
And I love your perspective that it's so similar to what's happening here and in other parts of the world.
It is. But the one thing, there are many peaceful protests that go on here. They won't show up in the news. But I didn't see any real violence in London during these protests, which was something. Any other comments you want to hit on?
No.
Okay, there we go. You can listen on the app. Download the app easily. Search WIBX 950, and it's available on Google Play and in the App Store. You could go to YouTube Live and watch the studio here this morning. I'll even show you that there's a picture of, I don't know where that camera's aiming right now. But it's not Rick, so I'll lose that. Maybe it's not on. Maybe it's unplugged. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, Rick, you're screwed today.
That's right.
No picture of you.
No screening of me.
So YouTube Live, you can check that out each morning. We'll break quickly and come back and wrap up with Rick. They have a big event going on Saturday at the Rome Capitol Theater. We'll talk about that coming up. It's 8:49 at WIBX.
I'm Oneida County Sheriff Rob Mashel. Out of Touch Albany passed bail reform despite almost every sheriff in the state opposing it, including myself. This makes us less safe. Corrections officers are in danger because of the HALT Act, and now new gun restrictions have sadly targeted law-abiding citizens. I will continue to fight these unsafe, unpractical, and even unconstitutional laws. I will also continue to help keep our community safe. Our children are safer in schools because nearly every school district in Oneida County has a trained member of the Sheriff's Office on duty. In Utica and other municipalities, our deputies stand with police to assist them because of an increase in crime. The men and women of the Oneida County Sheriff's Office are making a positive difference. I'm Rob Mashel, and law enforcement is my family. Your safety and their safety matters to me. This November, please vote for me to continue as your Oneida County Sheriff, paid for by the Friends of Rob Mashel.
I'm Marima Smagic-Oren, candidate for Oneida County Clerk. I'm running for 2 reasons. The first, background. I'm an independent businesswoman, a real estate broker. But most important, I'm a lawyer. The same lawyer who took the greedy absentee owners of the Obelson Apartments to court and won. The second reason, backbone. I'm the only candidate willing to confront Tony Picenti and the county legislature. I'm the only candidate willing to fight for a full-time, fully staffed Rome DMV. And I'm the only candidate willing to fight for a faster, more customer-friendly Utica DMV. The John E. Creedon Police Benevolent Association, Utica, because I'm experienced. The nonpartisan Reform Party endorsed me because I'm independent. And the State Healthcare Workers Union gave me their support because I'm qualified. The Friends of Marima Smagic-Oren paid for this message because they know I believe in people, not politicians. Please remember, Marima, background and backbone. Thank you.
WIBX 950 and 106.9 FM. This is Keeler.
I'm so mad at dirty of the story with the Cowsills a little while ago. Paul Cowsill, we had on. They have a new album out, new record out. Rick Lewis is in studio. Good morning,
Hello.
Rick.
Hello.
Rick. Good morning. Say
Good
hi
morning.
to everybody. You are on camera now.
Yes.
I don't know what
okay.
happened.
Well,
Anyway, so I watched the Joan Rivers special, and in fact on a recent manager on their new album, there's a song that was written. Jeff, we have some lines ringing. Written by a recent manager, at least some of the lyrics, and they took it and turned it into a song. And they described it by saying, "Yeah, our manager left us. He said we were unmanageable." And it was crazy. This morning he admitted that, yeah, the dad kind of took all the money and they partied like rock stars. They were making so much money by the mid-'70s.
Yeah.
It was all over with, and there's a documentary that I didn't start watching yet.
And they
I
made it.
I wish I would have seen the documentary.
Oh, you would. If you saw the documentary, you would have been stunned because they were smoothing things over, because they're doing that. But yeah, there's some pretty raw stuff in there, and it's not one of those documentaries unauthorized, blah blah. This is them with a camcorder talking.
There was a woman that actually produced I forgot what her name was.
Yeah, she made the documentary,
She made it, okay.
but it's basically
So it's commissioned by them.
Yes, it's mainly footage shot by them.
So one of the parts of the story that we didn't get into is the Cowsills were not allowed to fly.
They weren't allowed to fly.
And why is that?
I would imagine they were a hazard in the air.
It got so bad, so rowdy with the father, and with the kids, that they were banned from airlines. So they had to bus around the country. Part of why their career disappeared is because they were unbearable.
Yeah,
people couldn't deal with them.
They couldn't go on shows anymore because they would do things they weren't supposed to do when they're on the shows.
If you watch the Joan Rivers from 1995, I believe it was, she had an awful time trying to keep. There were 4 of them, a terrible time. You got one over here making monkey noises while the other one's trying to talk, and then the other sibling is like, "Oh, you're going to do all the talking. You're not going to let me talk." I mean, she was having a tough time managing them.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. And in fact, when he was talking on the air a little while ago about them going to central casting, the story, as it's told in the documentary by them, is that they got thrown out. They didn't want to. It wasn't that they thought we could find better people. They just didn't want to work with them.
So they had initially selected the Cowsills
to
be
do
the
it.
Partridge
They had
family.
gone in,
and actually the Partridge family is about the Cowsills,
Yeah,
except for the
well,
bad stuff.
So, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's sort of like Hogan's Heroes about World War II.
That's right, right. It was almost like, this is what we want it to be.
Yeah, this is it's a bunch of pals hanging out in a.
Yeah,
It's not.
They described it as being, normal families when the kid grows up, goes off to college, then gets married, gets a wife, gets a, but for us, we never moved on. We never went on. We barely went to high school. And, everybody stayed and we kind of got sick of each other. And what, are you claiming you don't like my wife? Well, I don't like your wife. I mean, that's the interview that was going on.
They were pretty rough. And they got banned from shows and that.
I've heard the Cowsills will be Capitol Theater.
Well,
that might be interesting.
Well, it's not the Cowsills. It's just you, Bill, and a bunch of
it
other
is.
local musicians, performers who hopefully won't end as the Partridge Family.
Listen, I think you got a really nice lineup of local people, and I'm going to be emceeing this Saturday.
Yeah, we've got. It's really good when you do one of these kind of shows. We have real people that have barely, if ever, gone on the stage to sing because they thought, well, here's a chance for me to go on.
Yeah.
And there's other people that have done quite a few shows, and it's always an interesting thing to be able to do. To be able to show a talent show where it's just people. They're not doing it for the money. A lot of them are. Hey, this is my chance to further my career.
Run down some of the names who people might recognize.
Well, he was here playing piano in your place. Nathan Alexander.
Nathan Alexander
on the keyboards, on the piano.
He's one. He comes up towards the end of the show,
He's going to come up to the end, near the end.
He's
of the
a
show.
really talented kid.
And Rebecca Matt is an opera singer, and she's been doing this. He's been doing this. You call her a veteran. Yeah, what is she like? 22 years old. 2 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 years old. So she's going to be one of the people that are performing. The host band, Second Breakfast. Now, I'm not. Are you guys Tolkien fans? The guy Tolkien, he writes about
J.R.R.
the
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't know anything at all, and I heard the band's name, and I thought they were riffing on stop in at Denny's. Your second breakfast is free. But no, it's something. Second breakfast, Tolkien breakfast, Tolkien. I was like, I'm sorry. It just flies right by me.
Rick, you're not
right by me.
Rick, you're not alone because I have no clue. I have no clue either.
So people are obviously it's a huge thing. I mean, they've got movies, books, and all kinds of fans.
Right.
What's his name?
It's kind of like watching Saturday Night Live these days. Sometimes they go off with a bit. I have absolutely no clue what they're talking about.
Yeah, the reference is lost. And so you don't even know what they're talking
apparently
about.
I'm not the target anymore.
No. Well, you might be the target, but not the demo target.
Correct. Yeah. Right. The bid is targeting me.
I just want to mention there's one, many local talents there, but another one that you might know is she brings us a gift every Christmas. Samantha Bender will be with the Rome Christmas. I'm going to say it wrong. I got the group's name wrong, but she'll be one of those performing this weekend.
That's cool. I did not
know.
The
Rome Theater Cast. Does that sound right?
Oh, she's with the Rising Stars. She's in that group.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're actually opening the show. It's supposed to be 42 people singing. I said, well, you guys are going first. We can't have 42 people hanging around for 2 hours.
That's a lot of people. You're right.
It's a Christmas show.
Yeah.
Well, listen, again, times for everybody.
Okay, it's from 1 till 3. On Saturday afternoon.
Okay.
And we have a whole bunch of events going on all day. In fact, the Rocky Horror Picture Show is on at night at 8 o'clock. And it's the interactive version with kits, and they make a big mess. And that's at 8 o'clock. It's at 8 o'clock. It used to be late at night, but between COVID and we started having it outdoors, we had earlier outdoors because it would be too cold to be late at night. So they decided to keep the time the same and move it.
But this event is 1 to 3.
1 to 3
on Saturday. I'm going to be
on the
emceeing
Capitol
it.
stage, and Bill will be the man. The admission It's $7 for adults, and then there's all the
All right.
/ discounts that I won't go into.
Thank you, Rick.
No problem.
That's your cue.
That's my cue.
I have a hard out to deal with, but we'll see you on Saturday.
Okay.
Thank you. Gotta go. We're back here tomorrow morning for a Friday. Enjoy your day, WIBX. Utica Rome, 9 o'clock.
This is a Fox News alert. A new update on inflation is out. I'm Dave Anthony, and it shows we keep paying more and more. Fox's Ginny Casola has the numbers live.
Dave, prices are still rising, though at a more modest pace than a few months ago. The Consumer Price Index was up 0.4% last month, and the month ending in September rose 8.2%. Excluding food and energy, the core CPI rose 6.6%. All the readings indicate hotter inflation than expected by economists. Consumer prices jumped back in June, up more than 9%. Since then, Dave, prices have moderated slightly, though a year-over-year increase of more than 8% is unlikely to cause the Federal Reserve to pull back on its aggressive interest rate increases to fight inflation.
Yeah, and Jenny, the report makes Wall Street nervous. Stock futures plunging down more than 400 points for the Dow. And all this inflation is tied to Social Security. So Americans who get those benefits will get an 8.7% raise next year. That's $144 a month more for the average recipient. They're in mourning in Connecticut.
Sadly, we lost 2 exceptional Bristol police officers, and a third was seriously injured as a result of senseless violence.
Bristol Police Chief Brian Gold, the suspected gunman, was killed in return fire. A sheriff's deputy also shot last night in Florida, but he's okay, saved by his bulletproof vest. The suspect's in custody. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd says,
"Our goal is, upon conviction, that he spends the rest of his life in prison for trying to murder my deputy."
Now an update on a Trump investigation.
Apparently came after a subpoena was sent, Anna was sent, As was sent, Ask was sent, asking sent, asking sent, asking sent, asking for them, asking for them, asking for them, asking for them, asking for them to be 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 returning for them to be returned for them to be returned.
That's Ryan Schmelz. America's listening to Fox News.
Smith & Wesson is committed to empowering Americans no matter what. With inflation hitting everywhere, we've decided to make a change. Now, you can buy a Smith & Wesson Shield Plus, our most popular concealed carry firearm, at an all-new low price, $100. Smith & Wesson. Smith & Wesson. Always expect the best.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better? Or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Mark Rose's experience is unique. City Court Judge in Little Falls for the last 14 years. Visiting judge for Utica. As a 30-year practicing attorney, Mark Rose has argued cases at all levels up to the Court of Appeals. He's served as a municipal attorney in towns and villages across New York's 5th Judicial District. And now Mark Rose is running for state Supreme Court to serve all of us. Experience, integrity. Mark Rose for state Supreme Court.
Paid for by the committee to elect Mark Rose for state Supreme Court.
It's time to find new roads and save at your certified pre-owned Chevy store, Steve Ponte Chevrolet in Herkimer. When you buy a GM certified pre-owned SUV or truck, you'll have peace of mind knowing all their vehicles have passed a rigorous 172-point inspection with a 6-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and a 1-year bumper-to-bumper limited warranty. Stop in today and choose from a large selection of SUVs and trucks. Test drive their like-new 2022 Chevy 3500 Silverado LT 4x4 with only 5,000 miles. Or a 2019 Chevy Trax LT. Enjoy great deals and the buying experience you deserve on every Steve Ponte car, truck, or SUV. Shopping for a brand new, reliable, sturdy, full-size truck? Steve Ponte Chevy has a huge selection of Chevy on the lot with more arriving every day. But hurry in because they're going fast. Steve Ponte Chevrolet, your locally owned and operated dealership. Route 28 in Herkimer. Or call them at 315-866-5080. See why it's always easy to do business at Steve Ponte Chevrolet.
Hey there, it's Jeff Manaski from WIBX. You know, the amount of people doing business online has skyrocketed. Are you stuck in the past and ready to move into the future? It's never been more important to make sure that your business is online. Town Square Interactive can help. Town Square Interactive can help you find more customers online and help you grow your business. The best part? It's fast, easy, and there are no contracts. If you want to find out more, just visit mylocalcustomers.com. That's mylocalcustomers.com.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, we've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's New York attorneys. 518-554-0000. Online at CordellCordell.com. 100 Great Oaks Boulevard, Suite 110, Albany, New York, 12203.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Brian Kilmeade. Don't forget to check out the free